the resolution, or sorry, the motion to adopt the agenda. Any discussion? Any discussion? Anybody online yet? Is there anybody online yet? No? We do have one potentially? No, nobody online. Okay, no discussion. So with that, all in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposition? I see none. No abstentions. Okay, so motion is carried. We will proceed with this agenda. So I'd like to introduce Mike Matanawaban to come up, again, board chair, who will also come up with Julian Faulkner to do the legislation update. So we'll get right into it, but again, I'm going to ask Mike to introduce the board, just if you're not familiar who the board members are. The other thing is, what time is it now? 10:41. We're going to forego the break. We just got started, so we're just going to plug right along. If you need coffee, there's coffee and snacks over on the side. So, yeah, Mike.
Okay, you guys, hello again. Before I begin, I'm going to ask the board members to stand up so that we can acknowledge them. Stan, if you can stand up. Frank, McKay, Russell, Robert, and Betty. Those are the board members that we've been working with these last several years. Zach Tate is also one of the other board members, but he, like I said, he's having, he lost his mom very recently, so he's unable to join us. I also want to acknowledge Peter Munoz. He sat with us as well as a board member for many years, and he was also very instrumental and very supportive, providing his background, his knowledge about the values that the communities wish to uphold and maintain. So just wanted to acknowledge Peter for that. You guys. So with that, I invite, sorry, my apologies, Jason Batiste. He's also the other board member representing Matawa. Sorry, Waban, boy. I didn't have my second cup of coffee this morning. Yeah, Jason Batiste. Sorry about that, Jason. I think that's everybody. So I want to, I mentioned already the process that we've been involved in. Today's term they use is the opt-in. But in the beginning, it was called the Adequacy Standards Table. That was the term that was used back then when we started this work. And the work started back in February 6, 2015. That's when the terms of reference was signed off. So I was just handed this document. This is the original terms of reference that was signed off back in the day. And it was by our Grand Chief at the time, Harvey Yesno. Just a bit of background for you to be aware. Also, I believe Frank McKay was the board chair at the time. And there's signatures by the Ministry from Community Safety and Correctional Services, and also Deputy Minister for Community Safety and Correctional Services. I can't read their writing, but that was the starting point of those discussions. And what a journey it's been. Many meetings. We traveled quite a bit going to those meetings. They were quite demanding as well. Again, I want to, the reason I keep acknowledging my family, it's because as I remember, we had planned vacations or planned visits to go visit family, and we had to cancel them on account of the work that was done. So I never forget that. I never forget to acknowledge my family for allowing me to continue and do the work that we do. So thank you for that. Just to read off a couple of notes here, and this we already know. Since the creation of NAPS in 1994, the Anishinaabe Nation chiefs have passed 10 separate resolutions that call for action regarding inadequate resources and police services for the communities serviced by NAPS. Many of these communities, being remote flying communities, pose special challenges for the delivery of adequate and effective police services. And the other one that I want to highlight is the parties acknowledge the absence of a comprehensive statutory and regulatory framework for First Nations policing in Ontario and the resulting inequity this creates for the First Nations. Those are the things that we know and then that we face. And those are the realities that we live in, that we have to deal with. And as a former Deputy Grand Chief, I too came to that conclusion. Unless we can make amendments to the Police Services Act, only then can we be effective. So that work has proceeded and continues today. So I want to acknowledge and invite Julian Faulkner. They've been working with us all these years. They've been helping guide the conversation, facilitate the conversation, and been very instrumental in getting us to the meetings, also getting us to meet with people that we needed to meet, the ministries or the ministers, getting to the legislative assemblies as well. We attended the one when can't remember Kathleen Wynne. They when they made the amendment, we attended that one, and then Doug Ford came in after. But fortunately, they continued to support the work, and they too carried on the work under their own heading or title of their legislative piece that they wanted to work with. So I'm running out of words here, Julian. I want to introduce Julian Faulkner, who will present you more details of the work that we've been doing. Okay, you guys, Julian.
Miigwech, Chair, and I want to start by acknowledging the sacred items in the room, in particular the drum. I want to thank the elder for his opening this morning and acknowledge the territory of Fort William that I am grateful to be permitted to be present in. I want to acknowledge the elders, the women and the youth, and finally you chiefs and proxies. Our firm has had the honor of acting for Anishinaabe Police Service dating back so long that it makes me a really old fart, to be honest, chiefs. With many of you, I've had the honor of learning, and your teachings have allowed us to give some guidance, and that's what we respectfully propose to do today. Now, you've heard from the Grand Chief and the Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation in respect of the proposed new legislation. It's like the second coming, right? I mean, how many times do we want to be talking about the same thing before it finally happens? I get that, and I want to start by saying it's taken way too long, right? But believe it or not, and I could appreciate you not believing it, I barely believe it, the finish line is in sight. Now, I never say these things. So it happens that yesterday, through a contact, I heard directly from the minister yesterday, right? And the minister, Minister Kersner, he appeared, remember the minister who was on the hot seat last January in the Winter Assembly? Hard to forget. Proxy Peter Muñoz will be proud of the job Chief Wayne Muñoz at the time did cross-examining the minister, remember? It was a sight to behold, I'll tell you. Right? That cross-examination led to the minister on the spot making a promise. This was just this past January, the Winter Assembly. So the minister makes a promise on the spot to all the NAN chiefs, and he says, within 12 months, this job's getting done. I'm going to get this legislation passed. And the follow-up cross-examinations, it was a sight to behold. The minister then asked his deputy minister to come up, Deputy Minister Di Tommaso, fondly now known as Deputy Minister Deer in the Headlights. Do you remember he came up and he just was stunned into silence? But from all of that came a promise that January would not come. In other words, this coming January would not come without legislation, okay? And because, as you heard from Chair Matatuaban just now, right? You know, this started in February 2015. It's hard to be grateful you know, when something takes more than 8 years to land. But having said that, it's landing. And so yesterday, I heard through this contact directly from the minister that it will be in Queen's Park, in the House. It's scheduled to be in the House before the legislature in the fall, with the passing, and this is where Grand Chief, you know, referred to the fact of this technical stuff, there has to be an in-force date to legislation. The final piece to any legislation becoming law is it has to be proclaimed in force. In force is the magic words. So in the fall, they will declare the in-force date for this legislation for the first quarter of 2024. It's a mouthful. Bottom line, the finish line is the first quarter. The minister, therefore, delivering on his promise of 12 months. So why did I go to the trouble yesterday of asking someone who I knew reliably could talk to the minister? I wanted to hear it directly from the minister, whether I had to get up and tell you folks that he didn't deliver. And the answer is, he claims, as recently as yesterday, he is delivering. And I think, to be fair to Minister Kersner, everything I've seen in the meetings and everything else tells me he's going to deliver. Maybe I'll be made a fool of, won't be the first time, but I do want you to know that it's good news. And so the finish line's in sight. Here's the problem. When you take 8 or 9 years to deliver on something, first problem is it outdated, right? Second, do we even remember what we got the promise to deliver on, right? Who are the leaders that are in place today? Were you in place 8 or 9 years ago? So part of the problem here is I can't just leave you behind and assume everybody knows what this old fart lawyer knows about what we developed 8 or 9 years ago. So I need to go through it a little bit to try to communicate what's in it, if that's okay. It is so boring reading legislation to people. I get it, so I'll try not to be like that, all right? But I'm going to ask for your patience as I take you through the highlights of the process, if that's okay. Secondly, in addition to the highlights of the process, I think I just heard Chair Connie Gray McKay say it's not okay, and so now I got a problem. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next 20 minutes. I'm just kidding. It's not okay? Yeah, there'll be a PowerPoint in a minute, I promise. I call it PowerPointless, right? Because sometimes, everybody uses a PowerPoint to talk to people, so you never get to talk to anybody anymore. So I thought I would talk to you first and then put up PowerPointless, all right? Some of the PowerPoint is already in your materials. Others will be delivered by the end of the day if it's not already in your materials. I also needed to spin it out long enough to make sure Shelby could give me the thumbs up that she's ready to go. She's ready to go. Perfect. All right. So the first thing we're going to do, and this is to honor Chair Matatawaban, who promptly left the room. Oh, there he is. He said something before that I do want you to understand. The statement of principles has gone through an alteration. And the alteration had to be done because, as Chair Mike recognized in the meeting, the fateful meetings in 2015, the language used in the legislation, and I suspect Frank remembers this as well. The language used in the legislation, here it is, said that there was a need to ensure the safety and security of all persons and property in Ontario. Okay, all persons and property in Ontario. That's in the legislation right now, all right? The one that doesn't include Indigenous people. All right? So the legislation right now in the province of Ontario says there's a need to ensure safety and security of all persons and property in Ontario, but you're not included. Prompting Chair Matatawaban to say, I guess we're not persons at that February 2015 meeting. I guess we're not persons. So what they had to do as a result of that was actually change the legislation, the beginning of the statement of principles, and you see some of the changes on the screen in front of you, to add the need to be responsive to the unique histories and cultures of First Nations, right? The need to ensure, and what's in bold are the additions to the new legislation, all right? What's in bold are the changes. The need to ensure that police services and police service boards are representative of the communities they serve, and the need to ensure that all parts of Ontario, including First Nations reserves, receive equitable levels of policing. So, oh my God, you've become persons. But that's only as of the first quarter, 2024. You're still not persons today. And I don't say this lightly or like I think it's a joke. I say it because that's the sad state of affairs, right, in this country. It seems, and the reality is, and I recall this, dating all the way back to 2012, 2013, when I first became a pain in the ass, Frank, to the NAPS board. I pointed out that the way the white folks police themselves is they pass legislation. They don't trust the police to take care of them. They pass legislation and they make rules, right? It's the same way they manage education. It's the same way they manage health, right? And that's how they manage safety. They pass rules and they make it law, their law, and then they require the public officials to meet these legal standards. And that's missing for Indigenous people, whether we're talking education, whether we're talking health, and whether we're talking safety. That's missing. And so they put these programs on you, right? And the programs have failed miserably, including on the policing front. And so we said the obvious answer is there needs to be legislation. And you've heard AFN's been trying to negotiate something with Canada. That's ongoing. It's not anywhere near where it needs to be. But the good news is, because of the leadership of Grand Chief Yesno, then Deputy Grand Chief Fiddler, I might add, who had the policing portfolio in February 2015, and then subsequently Deputy Grand Chief Achni Penescum, under the leadership with the chairs, Frank McKay, Mike Matatawaban, the veterans like former Chief Stan Beardy, under all of those, the work of all of those folks, Peter Munoz, I mean, Zach Tate, all of them, Fabian Batiste as the board support. The bottom line is we pushed. And now you're literally at the doorstep of crossing the line on being legislated. And what does it mean? The first point it means is it's not being forced on you. And by that I mean it's an opt-in. That's why they keep using the words opt-in. It's an option. So we negotiated on behalf of all First Nations, we didn't have the mandate, but we said to Ontario, we're not going to sign another funding agreement unless there is an option for any First Nations to decide to become part of legislative policing. An option. That's why we call it opt-in. So nobody has to do it, but NAN and NAPS want to do it. You had passed 10 to 15 resolutions from 1994 saying you wanted to do it. I'm not guessing. I'm correct. It's 10 to 15 resolutions saying you wanted resources to be legislatively protected. And so we can go to the first slide, because I want to tell you a little bit about how this legislation then evolved and what it looked like in terms of the tortured track. So one of the big problems I want to emphasize is that this has not been simple. And I'm going to get into the guts of the legislation in a minute, but I want you to see the journey, because it's absolutely absurd. So you saw that February 2015, a terms of reference was signed, negotiations started with NAN and NAPS, all right? You led the way. And back then there were no NAPS AGMs. What would happen is NAPS business would be done on the back of a NAN assembly, all right? Obviously the NAPS AGMs are new, just started last year. By 2017, we had draft legislation. We collaboratively drafted over 100 amendments to the Police Services Act. Stan, don't start yawning already. I mean, I'm nowhere. I'm yawning. If it's any comfort to you, I'm bored, all right? But I want you to know a little bit about the history, because we don't want to leave anybody behind, all right? So, first reading in November 2017. You know how they talk about first reading, second reading, the legislation gets third reading, all that technical stuff? I just want you to know, right? 6 years ago, we had the legislation near the finish line. Under the Wynne Liberal government, it was called Bill 175. We were in the House. There was a celebration. Then Yasir Naqvi was first Solicitor General. That's who signed with Grand Chief Yesno the terms of reference in February 2015, was Yasir Naqvi, who then became the Attorney General. Anyway, bottom line, it even had an in-force date of January 1, 2019. You see all that? It's fantastic. One small difficulty. Wynne went and lost the election. Unintended consequences. What happens? Under the Conservative government, Bill 175 was revoked. All that work. But, I like this slide. I always include it in all my presentations. This is Phoenix, you know, from the ashes. So from the ashes rises Phoenix, okay? What happens under the Conservative government, and listen, I'm not trying to tout Deputy Grand Chief Achini Penescum or Grand Chief Fiddler too much, but you need to hear this. This is why your leadership at the NAN level makes a difference with the police service partnership and the leadership of the board. Because what happened, and I know because I saw it, I watched it, Grand Chief Fiddler sat in the minister's office and said, you can make a choice, because they'd revoked the Wynne bill, right? You can make a choice. You can keep this bill revoked, and here's the keys to policing 34 remote communities. Here you go. You want to drive a car with no brakes? Knock yourself out. Right? Grand Chief stayed resolute in his leadership and said, no legislation? Fine. You're in charge. OPP, you go do it. Magically, the bill came back like Phoenix from the ashes, right? It was introduced for first reading in February 2019. So if you want to ask yourself a question as to how does it work to have political leadership and policing work in partnership, this is a perfect example. And I've seen in other parts of the province, sadly, and country where it doesn't work, where you don't have that partnership. As a result, Bill 68 came back, and it was the same deal. In other words, the same provisions that we negotiated, over 100 amendments, were still in place. They didn't change it. So, Section 32 of this new act, called the Community Safety and Policing Act, the one that's crossing the finish line, includes an opt-in, which allows First Nations to apply to the ministry to constitute a First Nations Police Services Board. They call it constituting it. If you want a clear explanation for what this is think of how they did in the child welfare context, designating an agency, right? It's the same idea. They didn't want to use the word designate because they didn't want you to think it would have all the problems the child welfare story has had. Fair. But I hate the word constitute. It's almost like you're talking about a laxative or something. I don't know. Anyway, my point is that's the word they use. But I do want to emphasize it's not the police service that asks to be constituted. It's the First Nations leadership. Any First Nations leadership can apply to the minister to have a board constituted. In this case, as a result of a resolution you passed at last year's AGM, NAP's chiefs, as in not chief of police, NAP's leaders of the First Nations, the 34 NAN communities, passed a unanimous resolution last AGM saying we want a NAP's board constituted, and the process formally engaged. So that the I's were dotted, the T's were crossed, and we've gone forward. Next slide, thanks. And so now I'd like to, if I can, tell you some of the features of the new legislation. Again, I promise, you see this, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to read that. Look how boring that even looks, right? Let's get to the key that, so there's a number of pieces to this. You look at how white folks police themselves, and I get to say that with a Jamaican Polish dad and mom and stuff, I get to say lots of things. So you look at how white folks police themselves, and the first thing they do is they create legal standards. So that was part of what we respectfully recommended to you that you want. But secondly, how do you protect the NAPS model, right? How do you protect the notion of delivering policing that is appropriate for your communities, that's culturally responsive, that's actually in line with the teachings of your communities, not the teachings of the lawyer, right? And not the teachings of non-Indigenous people, but your teachings. So how do we keep that all the same? You don't want to just create another OPP, right? You want to create policing consistent with your teachings. And so the real answer was, how do you keep the continuity? I don't think anyone can doubt, example, Chair Matatu-Wabin's dedication to cultural issues, board member Beardy or board member Munoz, right? I don't think anyone can doubt that NAPS has gone in that direction. Chief of Police Morrison, how do you keep it and protect it? So how do we get the good stuff out of the legislation but keep the direction of culturally responsive policing? And so that's, for the next few slides, I just want to show you the things we built into the legislation, that we baked in to protect that piece, all right, to protect the cultural piece. How do we get the good things out of the legislation without losing the cultural piece? So being subject to elevated, adequate, and effective standards entitles NAPS to proper funding, right? So standards are meaningless if there's not funding to meet the standards. Now, the non-Indigenous folks, they know that. So they already built the model ages ago and have been running with it. We're plugging into their model in that regard. You can have standards, but they mean nothing if the funding doesn't follow the standards. So the new act provides NAPS with a funding remedy you've never had before. If the board is of the view that funding is insufficient, you can refer the funding to an independent arbitrator. And under the new legislation, the arbitrator must evaluate whether NAPS receives sufficient funding to meet the adequate and effective standards of policing and pay for the board's operation. And the arbitrator must also factor in any additional costs associated with culturally responsive policing. The arbitrator's decision is binding on Ontario. And who triggers the arbitration? No, you don't have to go cap in hand to Ontario or to Canada to ask for the arbitration. The NAPS board can trigger the arbitration on its own. You can start a proceeding directly on your own, which is exactly how the municipal model looks. And the bottom line is the arbitrator's decision's binding on the province of Ontario. And included in that legislation, and you'll see it's the last line, the arbitrator is required to consider. It's mandatory whether it costs more to deliver culturally responsive policing. I'm going to explain later how culturally responsive policing isn't a bunch of buzzwords. There's actually requirements for the board to consult with the First Nation, each First Nation, you, on what culturally responsive policing should look like. When they're doing their strategic planning, you are part of the equation, and they have to consult with you and be guided by you on what your community needs are in terms of culturally responsive policing. It's baked into the legislation. And so the community has almost a lifeline back, requiring the board to be connected with you on culturally responsive policing. The board doesn't get to make the call on its own at all. And why I'm raising it now is that costs more money, right? This is not simple. And the arbitrator is required, it's mandatory, he must take that into account, or she must take that into account in making a decision on how much money is adequate for NAPS to deliver culturally responsive policing. And if the arbitrator is satisfied, an order is made against Ontario and the wallet gets opened. This piece of it, it's a no-brainer. I know you as chiefs and proxies get it, but I do want to add something, just so you know how practically this rolls out. This piece has been present for the municipalities for a long time, and what's happened is, because the governments know that that leverage is there to trigger the arbitration, they end up making deals. That's how it actually plays out. People don't all get locked up in arbitrations. What happens is, you say, I'm going to an arbitrator because the money's not there. The government goes, I don't want to face an arbitrator's order. We better sit down and make a deal. So deals get made. It creates leverage for deals to get made, and that practically is how this stuff plays out. Next slide, thanks. So this section that I'm showing you is the actual wording of the Act. I'm not going to read it to you. I want you to know what's there, and we'll make the presentation available to you. But you see 51 sub 7. The arbitrator must consider whether any First Nation board policies intended to reflect the cultural traditions of the First Nation in the area of the board's area of responsibilities affect the funding required. He must consider that, okay? The minister shall provide additional funding if the arbitrator determines. Next slide, thanks. There is more. This is only one piece. There's more. There's also several provisions in the new legislation that guarantees protection of cultural autonomy. I talked to you about the Declaration of Principles, and I read to you from it. But then further, beyond the Declaration of Principles, because those are platitudes, right? Everybody can talk a big game. There's actual requirements. Let me give you an example. The opt-in process itself, Section 32, it's for First Nations to apply. So no, the government doesn't decide. It's for you to apply and decide what your business case is to have a board constituted. It's up to First Nations to drive it. Now, let's be practical. In the end, the minister has to approve it, so there's a negotiation that takes place. But I do want you to know, that it's for the First Nations to apply. Not the police service, the First Nations. Secondly, you should know that you can also withdraw from the opt-in. That is, you can go all the way and get a board constituted, but later you can decide you no longer want to be constituted. That's baked into the Act as well. So the First Nation controls that. But I want to be clear. The part I couldn't change, or we couldn't figure out a way around, is you have to give the minister some power, and the power the minister has is to decide whether your board will be constituted. Now, I want you to know that in the case of NAPS, that NAN chiefs have a level of credibility and NAPS has a level of credibility where, frankly, you are the poster child for who's going to be constituted. You're going to be the first. Under Grand Chief Yesno, then Grand Chief Fiddler, under this leadership of Deputy Grand Chief Achni Penescum and your board, we've kept the heat on the whole time. And everyone gets it that NAPS is going in first. So you don't have a minister resisting, you have a minister who's apologizing and opening the door, and that's what's happening. So that's happening, and it's happening next quarter. And we're at the last stages of drafting the right regulation that gets you in. I just need you to know the opt-in working group has been meeting. The meetings number something like 16 or 17 between the formal committee and a technicians committee. There's a bunch of slides on that. I'm not going to put you to sleep with that, all right? But what I want you to know is we did not sit and wait for the finish line to appear. We actually got you ready to opt in the second they pass this thing. That's where we are right now. Let me talk about another limit on this minister. Look at the bottom of this page. The ability of the minister, once you've been constituted, to change things is where we worked very hard and negotiated extremely tough. Because my worry was you change governments, then a minister wants to tinker with your service, right? What you'll see is, in order for a minister to make any change or try to revoke a constitution status, there has to be a material change in circumstances to the conditions of the service. So if there's no material change in circumstances, the minister can't tinker with your service. And that's a statutory requirement, meaning I can go to court and force it on them if they try to mess with your service. The minister must ensure that any arrangements that have been made do not impact the communities receiving adequate, effective, and culturally responsive policing. Next slide. Want you to know that the policies under sections 38 and 39 of the new legislation say that the board must consult with persons identified by the band councils regarding the cultural traditions of First Nations and other relevant stakeholders. So you identify, and we'll see it in the next slide, please. You identify under sections 38 and 39 who the board should work with to identify your cultural priorities. Each community. No one thinks Cat Lake is the same as Niskendaga, and on and on. Each community is entitled to be heard by the board, and it's reflected in the legislative as standards that NAPS has to employ. Here's my point about all of this. It may be in writing, but you know that it's only as good as the leadership makes it, right? So you holding NAPS to account or not holding NAPS to account will be up to you. But you now have that legislative imperative to do it. Not that you needed it, but I want you to know it's there. The other piece that I think is important is you see how backward the language is, the reference to band council. It's a problem. And this is what happens when 8 or 9 years go by between the time you're negotiating these things and 2024, you know. So there's some language that I wish we could change now, but we're crossing the finish line for another day. Next slide. So we're going to put up the opt-in update, but I've taken enough of your time. We're going to do this quickly, please, Shelby. Next slide, thanks. So I've already said all this stuff. I just want to talk about the number of meetings. Go ahead. Thanks. So we've had an opt-in working group working since 2020 for the last 3 years. Even though the legislation was delayed, our instructions from the leadership at NAPS and at NAN was, we don't want to wait till they pass the legislation and then start working. We want you to work right away. So what you can see is that there's been 16 meetings since 2020. And the work really has involved working with Ontario so that we're ready. We don't want to apply to the minister to become constituted to find out there's another 5 years before it happens. Next slide. So what that meant was that we worked with Ontario and closely with Ontario on saying what are the standards that we think will be applied. Next slide, thanks. Keep going. And in terms of those standards, I'd like you to get to the inspectorate references, please. In terms of those standards, this is a perfect example. There's something within the Ministry of the Solicitor General called the Ontario Policing Inspectorate. It's how the bureaucrats in Ontario monitor standards on policing for everyone, right? Definitely not for you until this process. You were left behind. Well, now they get it, that their standards that they use for non-Indigenous, they now have to use for Indigenous people. And so the question became, how do we work with this inspectorate so that we're ready to go, hit the ground running in the first quarter next year? And as a result, Kingfisher Lake, Cat Lake, Yabmatong, Mishigogamonk, Muskrat Dam, and Sandy Lake all did community meetings with the inspectorate as sample pilots to understand policing in your communities. Next slide. What's come as a result of all this is that the inspectorate has issued a report, and it observes that NAPS is largely in compliance with comparable non-Indigenous police services. Yes, you'd like to know that in fact, under the leadership of Chief Roland Morrison and before that Chief Armstrong, we don't want to leave out Deputy Chief Darrell Snyder, but under their leadership, NAPS has reached a stage operationally where, as far as Ontario is concerned, you deliver policing in terms of technical quality comparable to police services or better in the province. Now, I know there's many issues. Example, the unavailability of officers, right? And other issues in the communities. But the point is, obviously, NAPS has learned how to do more with less, to the point of credibility. And so one of the things that will not be stopping you becoming constituted and having the benefit of legislative services and the benefit of these funding agreements is not your quality of service right now. And of course, we know the bar has to be raised. And you're going to hear from Chief Morrison later on about the staffing models that are being developed right now under his leadership. There is an implementation plan. You know what? We can shut this down. You've been forced to listen to me for too long. There is an implementation plan that is in full gear. This was all designed to bring you up to speed, to remind people why you passed the resolution unanimously last year. I simply want to say it's been an honor for our firm to help and support on this matter. We learn every day. I think you benefit from an enormously informed, motivated board that are taking you over the finish line. And I just want to say on behalf of our firm and Shelby Percival, who's hiding back there, getting all this stuff done, and Jeremy Greenberg and Asha James, my business partner, that it's an honor to act in respect of this matter, and we'd like to finish this job. It's taken too long. You know, my hair was red before I started this meeting. I swear. All right, so that's it. Subject to any questions? Subject to any questions, chiefs and proxies. Thank you.
Are there any questions? So that's the presentation. Are there any questions? Any questions for either Julian or Mike, the board chair? What time is it now? 25 after 11. So if there are no questions, and again, there's an opportunity this afternoon. There will be an open forum. So if you think of something, follow-up questions regarding the presentation on the legislation, again, there will be time to have some discussion. So without any further questions, I'm going to move along. I'm not sure who's leading this next discussion point. Consideration of new communities applying to be serviced by Anishinaabe Police Service. So I'm going to turn it back to Anishinaabe Police. Not sure again who's leading this presentation. Okay, we'll just get confirmation. Mike, board chair, is going to have a huddle with the team, and they'll get back to us. It's time for a Joel Osteen joke. Connie, get up here. Okay, so Kinawagan, eh? Okay, so I'm going to turn it to Mike.
Okay, just bear with us. This is something that's just beginning, just starting to consider two communities that want to join NAPS. So as we are working the wheels, this is work in progress. So right now at this point, what we're doing is we need there's two resolutions that will be presented before you.
I put in, they put in a combined.
Okay, the two resolutions are in this one document, and they will be presented to you for your review and consideration and approval. So I don't know how.
If we have it. I can read it off. If you
Okay, I'll turn it over to Fabian. You guys.
Okay, as mentioned, the two communities are Saugeen First Nation and Long Lake 58, and they have representatives here. We've invited them to just join in and hang with us today. They're not true delegates yet, but there's a possibility, and if there's questions from the floor, they can answer it from their perspective because it does reflect and affect their communities. So it's we're welcoming the communities of Saugeen and Long Lake to the area of policing responsibility of Anishinaabe Police Service. Whereas the Anishinaabe Police Service was established in 1994 to provide effective, efficient, culturally appropriate policing to the people in the territorial Anishinaabe Nation. And whereas the Anishinaabe Police Service Board consists of a board of directors representing the tribal councils of the independent communities in the NAPS service area with representation from NAN in the form of ex officio. Whereas the community of Saugeen First Nation, also known as Savant Lake, has submitted a formal request to come within their jurisdiction of NAPS as its delegated First Nation police service. And whereas the community of Long Lake 58 First Nation has submitted a formal request to become within the jurisdiction of NAPS as its designated First Nation police service. And whereas the current area of policing responsibility of NAPS includes the following communities, I won't read them all off, but there are 34 of them under this resolution, including all of the delegates here today. And whereas Long Lake 58 First Nation is a registered member of NAN within the Tribal Council of Matawa First Nations, and whereas Saugeen is currently served by the Ontario Provincial Police and is situated within the territory, even though they're not a part of NAN, they are right in between our service, in our service area. And whereas NAPS bylaw number 1 is amended, section 3.4 indicates that recognition of the new First Nations within NAPS area policing requires ratification by way of a 2/3 vote of the jurisdiction people here today, meaning the delegates. Therefore, it be resolved that the undersigned chiefs of NAPS police communities endorse the addition of Saugeen and Long Lake First Nation to the area of policing and jurisdiction of NAPS. Further, be resolved that the undersigned chiefs direct the NAPS board, that's Frank, Mike, all of the rest of the guys, and NAN leadership to enter into discussions with the funders, Public Safety Canada and Ontario, to ensure that the request is followed up on and enacted. And further be it resolved that the undersigned chiefs call upon Public Safety Canada and Solgen to increase NAPS funding and resources under the FNIPP, to account for the addition of 2 new member communities. And finally, be it resolved that the undersigned chiefs direct NAPS board and NAN leadership teams to increase funding and resources in line with these additions described above, dated today, Thunder Bay, Victoria Inn. Moved by and seconded by. Before I get the mover and seconder up, I did want to explain a little bit that we are already talking with Ontario. Ontario doesn't have any immediate concerns. The concerns right now are the federal government, who is walking around with an empty wheelbarrow trying to say that they have money. That's another question at the AFN and what's going on over there. But we're dealing with Ontario because they're getting real with policy and legislation. So with that, I know the resolution's rather long, but we didn't want to leave anything out so that could be picked apart by either funding partner. With that, I would like to see if we could get a mover and seconder from the floor to adopt the new communities as additions to NAPS. It won't be proclaimed and automatic. They're going to be in NAPS. We still have to get the governments on board with this, so we still have 2 funding partners to agree with. Are there any discussions, petitions from the floor? Can I get a mover? Could I have your name and community?
Chief Bruce Anstey-Paniscum, Martin Falls.
Chief Bruce Anstey-Paniscum from Martin Falls, move it. Can I get a seconder? A seconder for this motion? Name and First Nation.
I'll second the motion. Proxy Deputy Chief Warren Hardesty, Moose Cree First Nation.
Right, Deputy Chief. So recorded, we have a mover and seconder. Is there any discussion? Can we get a show of hands, all 4? Are there any opposition? Abstentions? Is it carried, Chair? That's it?
Okay, I'll have to declare that it's carried.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
No, I did the votes and abstentions.
Okay. So I think all we did was, just for procedural purposes, I'm looking at the bylaws. If a resolution is going to carry, the chair has to declare that the resolution has been carried. So I'm going to sort of take over just to make sure it's done properly. So all in favor of the resolution, raise your hand, please. All in favor? Okay, thank you. And earlier I didn't see any opposition or abstentions, but I'm going to ask just for the record, any opposition? Any abstentions? And there's nobody online, so the resolution is carried. So thank you very much, Fabian and Chiefs, so that resolution is carried. What I was going to do is, in light of the fact that this is dealing with 2 First Nations, Saugeen and Long Lake number 58, I know Saugeen Chief is not able to be here, but Long Lake Chief Desmolin is here. I don't know if you wanted to make some comments. The resolution is already carried, but if you'd like to speak to the issue.
Good morning. Well, miigwech for passing this resolution. It means a lot for us. It means a lot for all of us, especially hearing the update on the legislation piece. As we all move toward and want to truly be self-governing of our communities, these are the kinds of things that we need. So I really commend all those that have worked at this for many years. And I know it takes a lot of meetings, a lot of commitment to make these kinds of changes. So I'm really grateful to hear that information this morning. And, I've been through a lot of other processes with child well-being and education. And, it seems to be that the same kind of ingredients are here, to make this become a reality. Like such things as setting the standards, and and we through what I've heard so far, that gives us that opportunity to set the standards in our communities. And for Long Lake 58, we just have OPP on crisis calls only. And what I also heard this morning is, things are getting more and more dangerous in our communities, because of the mental health states of people, and the rise in the drug use, and the fact that people are not sleeping for days, and people are not thinking straight. So it is becoming more and more dangerous for us as leadership, for, the police forces out there. So I'm really grateful for what I've heard this morning, and I'm really looking forward to, I guess, getting in the funding the additional funding that NAPS is going to require to get us on board and things more active with us. And, infrastructure is another thing. With, again, like I said, I've been quite involved with the child well-being and the education processes. But infrastructure seems to be the piece that gets left out. So I would strongly recommend that we, use our forces as well, use our resources to make sure that infrastructure comes along with all of this funding. Our First Nations always need that. That's a key piece to making sure that these processes are going to be more effective for our communities. So miigwech for giving us this hope this morning. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you, Chief Desmoulin, for those comments. So again, the resolution has been carried to start the process for Saugeen and Long Lake 58 to be accepted and part of Anishinaabe Nation. So next I'm going to turn to Saugeen. Proxy, again, Chief Ron Mashimity is not present, but Proxy Betty, I believe, Nikan. If you have any comments.
Hi, I'd just like to say thank you, and Saugeen looks forward to working with NAPS in the future. Miigwech.
Okay, miigwech, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Connie for the next agenda topic, and we'll getting close to lunch. Yeah.
When it comes time, now I can't remember any Joel Osteen jokes. Okay, so with that, I'd like to call upon Natalie Bingus to talk about the NAN Justice Strategy that they are going to be presenting on day 3 of this forum. So I'll give you an overview of the work that they're doing and what the next steps are. So Natalie Bingus. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Is there a clicker? Sorry. Good morning, everybody. I want to, first of all, say thank you and miigwech to NAPS for having us attend your meeting today. As Connie said, that we will be just going over a short presentation of what day 3 will look like. I want to say thank you to the NAPS board, our elders in the room, and Chief Roland Morrison. I'm sorry I haven't seen him yet. And all of the distinguished officers and everybody that makes, NAPS as amazing as an organization as it is. So again, I'm Natalie Bingus, and I'm the Director of Justice Research and Policy at NAN. And I have with me Stephen Lee. He is our Justice Policy Analyst. So without further ado, I'll go through the presentation. Before I get into the project, I just wanted to just talk a little about what the Indigenous Justice Strategy is. So bear with me. What is the Indigenous Justice Strategy? It was created in 1991 by the federal government and is cost-shared with the provinces and territories to address the disproportionate rates of victimization, crime, and incarceration of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Budget 21 provided $11 million over 3 years to support Indigenous-led engagement, and there were 38 projects funded nationally, including NAN's. It was for, the 2-year project was a maximum amount of $400,000, and NAN received $300,000 for 2 years. So I'll just sort of park that there for a second. And we have on the screen what our department's current mandates are. So as you can see, we have resolutions, Chiefs and Assembly resolutions, going back from 2010, which support the implementation of UNDRIP, and certainly looking for resources to see full implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in Nan Territory. We also have Resolution 2013 and 2014, which some of you may be aware of, that was passed back at the 2020 Justice Symposium. So 2014 is Justice and Law Transformation in Nan Territory. That is something that we'll get into on day 3, but certainly I wanted to make you all aware that we do have the mandate to start working on this. So next screen, please. Pursuing our mandates through the Indigenous Justice Strategy. So Mandate for Justice Transformation is Resolution 2014, as I just said, and it's broad and demands action across the justice sector. So that will look like, NAN, NAPS, and NAN Legal, and what it is that we can continue to do together. I do want to just go back to a quick point, sorry, I'm just sort of talking off the top of my head, but in 2020, the Justice Symposium, which was the 3 organizations, NAPS, NAN Legal, and NAN, you came together. This was before my time as director, but what that did was that symposium built the foundation for the collaboration and partnership of our 3 organizations to work together for common goals to support NAN. So Justice Canada is looking to engage First Nations on the justice system through the development of the Indigenous Justice Strategy. That's what Day 3 will be about. This Indigenous Justice Strategy will be finalized in 2024. There isn't a date set yet. So NAN First Nations need to prioritize what we would like to see with the First Nations, the Indigenous Justice Strategy, and how that will be communicated to Justice Canada. So the previous Aboriginal Justice Strategy, that's the former name, was used to fund community-based programs intended to lower the rates of victimization, crime, and incarceration. Next slide, please. So we know that a justice system in Nan Territory is going to be well beyond what the current justice sector is looking at. Our services, our programs are, funded in order to provide that support at the community level. And we know that this conversation will allow for us to think about what it is we need to think beyond that. So this slide is just preliminary, and it is just to start our conversation and what we'll be doing on Day 3. So at the center of the slide, you can see that on the one side we have our Nan First Nation citizens, and we consider our citizens to be on and off reserve, and then also our communities. What we know is that any policy and legislative reform will need to wrap around our communities and not the other way around. So you can see that it's much broader than just the justice sector. It is also infrastructure, community services. Sorry, I'm wearing the wrong glasses, so I'm going to have to take a quick peek. So we know that community services, service provision, certainly by NAPS and NAN Legal, community and safety enforcement, broadband and connectivity. We've learned how important that is for NAPS officers when they are away from their families and at home. It isn't just for service delivery, but it's a way for officers to connect to their loved ones. Policy and legislative, I've already talked about, but the restorative justice pieces too. And our NAN Legal partners will certainly be, first in the forefront of that kind of work, but how can we work together? Next slide, please. So for this presentation and for Day 3, I sort of had to wrap my head around what this looks like and what is the benefit of doing this work. So a SWOT analysis was undertaken. For the strengths, I'm not sure if you can see that from where you're sitting, but it's certainly, if you've been given a copy, there is a slide there that you can see the details. So the strengths of this is a NAN treaty rights holder's voice is being submitted directly and leading its own process based upon inherent jurisdiction and rights, self-determination and self-governance, FIPIC and NAN UNDRIP recommendations for alignment. We will be looking at how we can align our previous UNDRIP report and recommendations. Sorry. Is that apologize. So there's also, in a SWOT analysis, you'll look at what are the weaknesses potentially with any kind of project like this. So the weaknesses identified, this is all preliminary, of course. Project funding was $11 million for First Nation, Métis, and Inuit projects nationally. NAN received $300,000 in funding for 2 years, as I've already said. And the project timelines are set by Justice Canada, and the deadline to support the NAN submission is December 31st, 2023. The threats that we can, think about are the project funding ends March 31st, 2024 with no new funding announced. Thank you. There is no policy and advocacy funding in the current IJS or the Indigenous Justice Strategy, and this undermines NAN self-determination and FIPIC requirements for ongoing and emerging projects. The department relies on proposal-based funding, and opportunities are limited, despite the role and potential continued work of our little department. Opportunities, though, Canada's United Declaration of Indigenous Peoples Act, or the UNDA, and the Action Plan 2023 to 2028, alignment and implementation of UNDRIP in NAN territory, strengthen and build partnerships with existing justice system partners and to identify new ones, develop interorganizational communications pathways between NAN, NAN Legal, and NAPS and other policing organizations serving NAN territory. Education and awareness on justice and policing focused on discussions that will be ongoing at the federal level. These are just to start the opportunities. So we'll go to the next slide. So as part of the work that we're doing, Justice Canada has said, in terms of what can we do for this engagement, they want to know what is in scope and out of scope of the Indigenous Justice Strategy. So the little bubbles here, and this is our opportunity to go back to that 2020 symposium and really build on what you guys discussed and the 2013 recommendations that were in the Community Safety and Justice Resolution. So the affirmation of rights, what recommendations do we need to make for the IJS? And policy and process, what legislation, policy, and programs should this IJS look at? And service provision, what services need to be coordinated with current programs and services? What programs do we need? And finally, aligning the IJS with the UNDRIP. Many federal laws will interact with the UNDRIP and the UNDA. Which ones do we need to consider? So this slide was created just to start off the conversation. So on day 3, the format will be information sharing and presentations in the morning. And in the afternoon, we will have 2 sharing circle sessions, which is really just small group discussion. But we want to borrow language from restorative justice and start thinking about when we do this work together collaboratively, it is more about developing relationships and partnerships. So, a sharing circle sounds a lot nicer than, just engagement. So we'll go with that. We know that, there's so many things to think about beyond the criminal justice system, as I said, but really, what we can think about including as part of in scope of this is our inherent rights and our treaty and the governance jurisdiction. The inherent rights we know that come from our Creator, our stories, our laws, our traditions, rights assertions. This is all part of this Indigenous Justice Strategy, enforcement and jurisdiction, and we certainly look to our NAPS colleagues to think about that with us and what does that look like from their perspective, your perspectives. So we have the NAN Declaration of the Anishinaabe from 1977, and that's going to be part of the work that we need to consider moving forward. Nation building and our motto, unity, strength, and success. What does that look like from an interorganizational perspective? So we also know that, as I'm suggesting, flexible and sustainable funding that reflects the NAN Tory's needs, as opposed to, funding arrangements that aren't meeting those. So we will require policy streams that are enabled funding to account for remoteness when it's applicable, and also our road access communities supported by substantive equality and needs-based funding that meet service demands. So I also have service provision here, something that came out very clearly, and I'll talk to in a minute. was a short survey that we did as part of the co-development of policing as essential service back in March. But one of the things that came out very clearly is that without 24/7 policing, there's a lot of things that, we need to work on there, and that being one of them. So essential services designation is something that, this table and this forum has focused on. We will also be thinking about how we can align that work and what that looks like from a shared priorities perspective of our organizations. So before coming into this role, I have worked at NAN and previously in the health department. I was the health policy analyst, the mental health policy analyst, and the health policy manager in health transformation. And the reason why I think that's important is it's provided me with all of the onboarding I need in terms of what the community context looks like and how the intersections of mental health and justice really are happening on a daily level. So we know that mental health and justice, intersects daily, and in particular Form 1. So that needs to be part of our conversations as well. Social determinants of health, a culturally appropriate, on and off reserve program and service is what we need to think about. But how does that go beyond that? We also have years of, recommendations that have come from our coroner's investigations and inquests, and those recommendations, and how do we ensure that that's included as part of an Indigenous justice strategy or the NAN-wide justice strategy. So there's shared responsibility of both governments that we know that needs to be in scope. So the next slide is just to sort of highlight the work that we've already done in terms of the co-development of the federal First Nation policing legislation. As I mentioned earlier, NAN did provide the support to ensure that NAN voices were included as part of the AFN Public Safety Canada engagement. So monies were provided to the regions from the AFN in the amount of $250,000. So COO dispersed that to the PTOs, so that turned out to be $30,000 for us to do this, start this work. So this is where we're at. We had to pivot our original engagement strategy back in March, so we did that 10-minute survey. We sent it out to our tribal councils along with our service organizations. And while we only had limited participation, we did get a lot of good information to help start and build these conversations. So we've proposed, because our engagement was limited to 30,000, we proposed that we also have stages 2 to 4, and this is subject to funding for our department, of course. But really, it just sort of gives us the pathway of how we can connect with one another. So stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4 are there, and I don't want to take up too much more of your time, so it is, the details are there. So lastly, though, these were the themes that we were able to gather from that participation in the 10-minute survey. So as you can see, we have a lot where we can start working together and having conversations on. So 24/7 availability, increased equitable and flexible funding, all 6 core functions in policing in Ontario, opt-in out provisions, cultural approaches to policing and justice, funding guarantees for infrastructure, enforcement and prosecution of bylaws, specialized units and mental health funding, diversion programs, equitable pensions, and a regional drug task force. So looking at to what we can do together and what we know needs to happen, a responsive system that doesn't allow people to fall through the cracks. I think everyone in this room knows how gaps can really be felt, at the individual level when the system isn't working. A system working to help people and communities heal. We know that a holistic, comprehensive approach to an Indigenous justice strategy is what's required. a justice system that reduces trauma instead of increasing trauma, changes to First Nation Inuit policing programs so that NAPS and our other First Nation police services are properly funded, holistic approaches, as I've said, to give victims a voice, treat people with dignity, and help people take responsibility for their actions. So the restorative justice principles will need to integrate in this. A justice system that helps people remain on the land and within their communities. This is something that we know as part of a justice transformation mandate, we really need to think about how we bring services to the communities as opposed to people having to leave. So recognition of that 24/7 need for policing. I don't have to tell any of you in this room about why that's important. And then all the other priorities that are determined by NAN First Nations. So at the heart of this, though, we know it is about respecting our self-determination through engagement. The NAN engagement will be focused on hearing from our rights holders and service providers. So as I said, the day 3 will be information in the morning, sharing circles in the afternoon, but we're also finalizing a questionnaire that we'll be sending out to our police service organizations and NAN Legal and our tribal councils as service providers as well to ensure that we capture that information. So the submission will be rolled up into a rights holders and service provider information. We also want to demonstrate to Canada the roles of our 3 respective organizations. So the submission will also be formatted so that it is a NAN chapter, a NAPS chapter, and a NAN legal chapter. So in general, the 2 general categories that we'll be looking at is fixes to the Canadian justice system to reduce harm to First Nations and rebuilding and revitalizing our traditional laws and ways of doing justice. Last slide. So I've already gone over the format, but certainly this is just a little bit more details of what the first sharing circle and the second sharing circle will be. And then the agenda will also have 2 slots for open discussion times. So that is it for me, and I'm certainly available if there's any questions. Chi Miigwech, thank you.
All right, so I know that's a lot of information, a lot of work that's being done. What's really hard for me sitting there is I remember Natalie growing up as a little girl, so just aging myself here. She grew up with my little sister. Anyway, so on day 3 will be more of the process that you all can get involved in on how this whole project's gonna work out. So at this time, if you have any questions, this is the time now to be able to have that questions. And also this afternoon, I see none. So with that, we will break for lunch till 1 o'clock. I know we've been slave drivers, we didn't have any breaks, but the food was just right there. Hai chibo nauka chigang ganona weacha chigat. What do we have? Charlie? Okay, Charlie on the spot. Charlie O'Keefe. No? Charlie O'Keefe, kita na mechigana chibo nauka chigang. So I'm going to ask Charlie if we can, he can do the grace, and then we'll break for lunch till 1 o'clock. Now.
Yeah, bonjour, and say hello to greet all of you. And Heavenly Father, we thank you. Nakum gunonga sheka gilebogak. And yoke gunga non damang we mutigenda. si miigwech egoon when I'm sick. We ask that you bless our food and bless the time when I'm walk in this precious name. Amen. Miigwech.
Okay, so we'll get started. Wait for one more to walk in. I think we have 12 or 13 chiefs in the room right now. Go grab one, Fabian. There we go. Now we can start. Okay, so this afternoon's agenda, we will be going through the audit presentation. So MNP is here, standing by. I think he was here. Oh, right here. Oh, it's a she. Sorry. It was a different person who was expecting. So, okay, so we'll go with MNP, and then we'll have the annual report, and then we'll open it up for open discussion. So that's the plan for this afternoon. Again, I think we have about 13 chiefs right now, but we will proceed. Is there a resolution required after the presentation? Do we need a resolution to adopt or accept? It was already approved. Okay, so that's the process. Okay. So we will not need a resolution to accept the audit. That was already accepted and approved by the board. So with that, I'm going to invite, on the agenda it just says MNP, so I'm going to invite you to come up, introduce yourself, and we'll get right into the audit presentation. Again, this is for information purposes. We do not require a resolution.
Good afternoon. My name is Shelley Goudreau. I'm from MMP and looked after preparing the audit for Anishinaabe Police Services for this year. I believe everybody has a copy of the the financial information in your packages. I will just go over at a very high level and then take any questions if there are. So the first report you see in the package is our audit report to the members and to the directors of Anishinaabe Police Services. And you'll note that we do issue what we call a qualified opinion. So that means that there's one area that is not in accordance with accounting principles. But why we do that is because your funders don't allow you to accrue vacation pay. They only accept it as it's paid out. So in that regard, your statements are not in accordance with accounting principles. And had that vacation pay been accrued, there would be another liability of just over $2.1 million on the books. Other than that, we look at everything on a sample basis, and we didn't find anything that was materially misstated. So that is our only qualification. Moving on to the numbers, the statement of financial position. The first page is your assets and liabilities at March 31st. So the agency had just over $22.7 million in assets. A large part of that is cash of $6.4 million. And then what we call accounts receivable, so amounts that were owing to the agency from the funders of $6.3 million. And that's up a bit in this year because there was a bunch of funding that was promised near year end that was flowed shortly thereafter for many of your new capital one-time projects. In addition to the cash and receivables, we have what we call tangible capital assets of $9.5 million. So that would be things like your vehicles, your buildings, anything like furniture and equipment or computers. And again, that went up this year with the new additions in vehicles and buildings. So again, total assets of just over $22.7 million. On the liability side, so what was owing at March 31st, there was accounts payable and accrual, so amounts owing to suppliers and employees of $10.3 million. And again, that is up a bit this year because you had amounts owing for the construction programs that were ongoing at year end. And then we add what we call the deferred contributions related to capital of $3.4 million. And what that is funding you've received to purchase, again, buildings, vehicles, etc. So total liabilities of $13.9 million. When we take that away from assets, you're left with net assets or surplus of just over $8.8 million. looking at the statement of operations, so that's the revenue and expenses for the year. So this is what you brought in from your funders and how it was spent. Was just over $63 million of revenue received in the year, 56 of that for operations, 1.3 related to the police board programs, and 4.6 related to special projects, which also includes the capital and drug pilot projects going on this year. And then 684 of just some one-time funding. How was that spent? There was $61.4 million of expenses. Again, most of that goes to your main operating programs of just over 55 million, and then about 4.7 million was spent on your one-time projects, including your new capital projects, your drug pilot program, and some other one-time programs. So total expenses of 61.4 million. Of that 61.4 million, approximately 50% of that is spent on your people, so on salaries and benefits. Being a service organization and with the number of people that you need to run your programs, the majority of your costs are in your people. Okay. Still not paid enough, but hopefully we're getting there with some of the new agreements that are being put in place. So when we take away total expenses of 61.4 million from the 63 million in revenue, you were left with a surplus of just over 1.6 million for the year. And the good news is that you have the commitments from your funders that you don't have to repay that back. It can be used for programming and certain needs identified for the 2024 year end. Okay. So when we look at the final page, the statement of net assets, the surplus of the 1.6 million is added to the opening surplus of 7.2 million, and the ending surplus for the agency is 8.8 million. So that is the financial statements at a high level. Does anybody have any? Yep.
We're just looking at the numbers in the book. They don't, the number, is there another book? Okay, we didn't get that presentation over here, or the
sorry.
copies of numbers. Okay, yeah. There we go. That explains it.
It's kind of hard to follow along when you don't have the numbers in front of you,
Yeah,
sorry.
the whole row right here, this corner, we don't have any copies of that. But we believe you.
We'll pass those out. Sorry about that. Yeah. Is there any other questions? So-
Yeah, we'll give them a minute.
Yeah,
just in case.
sure, yeah,
Because people need to go through it quickly.
yeah.
Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the report.
Might as well while they review it, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to explain a little bit about this annual report, which is actually from last year. It takes a little while to get collate all the news and stuff, so it's old news. And what I'd like to ask the people here is if you would like an earlier release of the annual report once we have it available, rather than hold on to the AGM for this. For that annual report that Roland has in his hand is the bigger one for the operations. So this is basically an overview of what we did at the AGM annual report last year. So that's why you get a little bit of difference in there. So it's some lag in there. So if everybody agrees, what I can do is endeavor to release it before the AGM next year, because it's basically a report of what we're doing here today. Are there anybody want to make a comment on that? Is that a good idea to release it ahead? We do have a board office who can answer questions, of course, in administration, and a finance director over there. That's where all the money questions go. All right, so we will endeavor to do that. Thank you.
So the more in-depth report or financial statements have been handed out. You do have a copy now. We did get the presentation from the auditor, and there's still an opportunity. If you have any questions, on the audit that has just been brought forward. Again, as I indicated earlier, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the audit is accepted and approved by the board, and that's already been done? Yes, that's already been done. This is to share information to the chiefs. But again, if you have any questions on anything specific or any general questions on the audit, we'll just give you another few seconds to have a look. Okay, so I don't see any hands raised, any questions, but our the NAPS the Director of Finance is here and will be available for the rest of today. So any final comments?
No, I just want to thank Jason and his finance team for making the audit a smooth process, and definitely in years of a lot of growth, there's lots going on, so lots to keep track of, and it's just always a pleasure to work with your organization and see everything great that you're doing for the community. So thank you for that, and hope to see you next year.
Very good. Miigwech, thank you very much for that presentation. A reminder, Chiefs, there was a question this morning. We are on Zoom, and I don't think I haven't checked, I don't think any chiefs have joined, no. There is an internal Zoom for chiefs to join. There's also a link for the public, anybody that wants to join. I have the link here. I'm not sure where people can find it, but if you want the link, we can email it to you or text it to you. It's on YouTube. You can probably Google, is there a key search word that can be used? I'm not sure. But there is a link you can share for folks back home that want to listen in or observe in the discussions. There is a link available. So with that, I'll turn it over to Connie for the next topic. YouTube.
The link says YouTube. Make it don't look. I'm the least person you'd want to ask when it comes to technology, so I'm admitting that. So with that, I'd like to call upon the Chief of Police, Roland Morrison, to give you a update on the annual report for the year.
Thank you. So now that you all have a copy of the annual report, we will be going through a presentation on the annual report. One of the biggest things that from our meetings that we've had with many communities was about the comm center. And the inability of the comm center to provide translation or even interpretive services for the languages within our NAN community. So that is something that we've conveyed onto the OPP. Chief Superintendent Karen Meyer is the person in charge of all their communication centers across Ontario. And we have been informed by her that the OPP have put out a request for proposals for translation services. And these translation services are going to be including the 3 languages within Anishinaabe Nation. So we know that they're in the midst of that process right now, and we're waiting for them to complete that process. So the messaging that we've heard from our communities with respect to the translations is being addressed. That is being addressed. It's just that we're going to have to be, we're relying on another organization to go through their processes before that becomes implemented into the comm center. So I can't, I know from her last update, they're just in the midst of that process right now. But however, we still need to talk about the comm center. So we have Rod Brown, who is here, and he's been our project lead on our radio communications throughout the north. So Rod is going to come up here and give a presentation about how the comm center works. I know some of you have probably heard this presentation before, but I think it's important just so that there is that understanding about how the systems work. And I know when we implemented the comm center and the radios through our communities, it happened during COVID. And we couldn't come up to the communities to do the education, to go along with what was going to be happening with the comm center. So this is why now that many of our communities are now reopened, that we will be, for those communities that we requested. I know like I said earlier, we're going to be in Moose Cree on Saturday, and this is one of the things that Deputy Hardesty had brought forward that we talk about when we're up there on Saturday. So, Rod, I'd like to bring you up so we can go into the comm center presentation, and after the comm center presentation, I will go into the annual report. But again, it was important for us to start off with this because this is one of the 2 things that we always hear about when we have meetings with our communities. So it's important that we come and report back to you with the information. So that's why we've asked Rod to come here and provide the update. And there will be an opportunity for questions, and Rod will be here as well after he's done his presentations for questions. So we'll leave all the questions toward the end after all the presentations are done. Thank you. So Rod, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Yes, I want to echo what the Chief just mentioned about the fact that because of COVID, I think we got to one community where we were able to do what we wanted to do as far as the education process. So be advised that it's important for this presentation for you to be able to glean information that if you need to speak to your community members about it, and further let you know that if you need to, if you want to get more education, so where there's a package that I have for the officers. So certain officers have said, hey, the community has asked for this, then I send the package up and I can also go there and support that as well. So you can do it by one of 2 ways if you want to help educate your community members, by either contacting myself or the chief directly, or talk to your officers and then I will send them the package to help them educate the community members and yourself and your council members, etc. But it is important to understand why the system was required and how it actually works. So I'm going to go through that now. So it is important to note that this has been something that's been attempted to do, and NAPS has been working at it for a number of years, since 2006. And the reasons for that is because there is a requirement under adequacy standards to have 24-hour communications with officers. And that's important for the ability to respond to calls and also for officer safety. And so that is something that is basically all police officers require that communication, and communities should have the ability to make a call 24/7 and get contact with somebody who will then dispatch an officer. And that's what what's called centralized call taking and dispatching services does. And it is important to note that in the old system, which was called self-dispatching, there was many times that calls went unanswered, which is not acceptable. And so trying to deal with that is one of the reasons for the new system. And there's been a few coroner's inquests, and I'll talk about them, a couple in general, in more specifics, but generally there's been coroner's inquests that have said we need to have, or the communities deserve to have, centralized call taking and dispatching services. And then there's several things that a centralized system does, which includes the giving the officers connection for information. Okay, so it connects them to a sergeant, because in many of the communities there isn't a sergeant in the community, and they're in say, let's take Keewaywin and Sandy Lake. That sergeant will probably be in Sandy Lake, and you have that ability for instant communication with that sergeant for making decisions, etc., by that officer that is working possibly alone in Keewaywin. And that helps them for that. And that actually helps with the retention of officers where they don't feel completely isolated. So that's also important. And there also was, the officers in 2016 actually said, look, we cannot continue to work in communities without communications. And there was a threat of a strike, and part of the resolution of that was in 2016 a promise for centralized call taking and dispatching was given to the officers to say, we will get you communications so that you're not out there completely on your own without any kind of ability to call for help. So that's part of the reason for the need, and why basically I was brought on to bring centralized call taking and dispatching services to the far north. And just, it is important to note that of the 34 NAPS detachment, there were 11 that already had centralized call taking and dispatching services. So there was 11 where that was already in existence and had been for a number of years. And it was the 23 far north or remote communities that were not accessible by road or rail that had no centralized call taking and dispatching. So approximately a third of the communities in NAPS already had it, and it was bringing that other 2/3 that centralized call taking and dispatching. Back in 2013, there was an incident that created, that was a tragic incident that led to a coroner's inquest. And I'm not going to go into great detail, but basically you had the death of a young woman, and in the inquest it was determined that it was part of the reason was that the officer had to leave the young woman in the back of the cruiser to go look for the officer that was in the residence to get assistance, and by the time the officer came back, the woman had committed suicide in the back of the cruiser. And so a radio system would have been a great asset in that incident. And so in the inquest, that was one of the recommendations from the coroner. It was number 7, was that ensure adequate and sustainable funding and policy support to ensure that police officers in First Nations communities have access to a central communications dispatch center that meets the requirements of the Police Services Act. Oh, sorry, I went the wrong way. And there also have been several other critical incidents, and I'm not going to go into great detail with these, just to say that when there is major incidents, a communications system becomes indispensable for officers to gather information from other units within the NAPS, so whether it's the ERT team, whether it's command staff, whether it's the investigative side of things, for them to access that on their body. So in other words, they don't have to stop, go to a telephone and find out what decisions should make, how should I handle this scene. It can be instantaneous with connecting them to a sergeant, to command staff, to somebody that's in charge of criminal investigations right then and there, so the decisions can be instantaneous. Okay, so that's what that next slide talks about, is where a comm center is extremely important for those reasons. And this project was initiated in 2019, and it was completed in 2021 of November. And I've already mentioned about 11 of the 34 already had that, and so moving the 23 far north ones happened in the years of basically 2020 and 2021, which, as you know, was right in the heart of COVID. I think we were doing our first or second one, and I was in Poplar Hill when COVID struck on, I remember it was the 13th of March, and all of a sudden everything after that was shut down. And so there was a real challenge as far as making this project get off the ground. I've spoken about a few of these things already, but just to reiterate that what centralized call taking and dispatching does is it ensure that no calls for service go unanswered. So whenever there's any kind of an incident, whether it's an unwanted person or a domestic or whatever the call is where you need police, there's going to be an answer. Okay, so that call will never go unanswered. Whereas with self-dispatching, that was the case. So the call will not go unanswered. And there's also a coordination of response, which is really important to note. Now, I'll have a slide later that sort of shows this visually, but what you have is a situation where there are several people. There's full-time sergeants with the OPP, in this case, that are in the same building as the call takers and dispatchers. So you have an experienced officer that can advise when it's a very serious one, but you also have individuals that have a lot of information at their fingertips. And so when that information comes in, they can spread out the workload. So an example would be there's been an assault and you need the police to respond, but you also need to get the nurses out of bed to get them to the nurses station so that they're ready to take the victim and deal with the medical emergencies. And so that is being done at the same time as the officer is being dispatched, because there's several people there that would then say, hey, can you call the nurses station? Get them there, okay, the nurses to the nurses station. Things like that. And if it's fire, if you have a fire, a volunteer fire department or something like that, that can be initiated as well. So there's a lot of things that can take place all at the same time because you have many hands. So you have a coordination of that response. There's also technical support for victims. And I'm going to show you, there's an example that I'm going to give to you in a second. And I've already talked about the immediate supervision for officers. So the fact that they have that ability to gather information and have decisions, either help them make decisions or the decisions made for them by somebody who's been in that situation before. Also, there is something called what we call an emergency button that the officer has on the radio, which is extremely important from an officer safety standpoint, which means by just touching a button, that makes everything in the comm center stop, and all resources are directed towards that because it means an officer is in serious peril. And that is, It is there, and it's not used very often, but it is something that all officers have that when they're on a centralized call-taking and dispatching system. So it's important to note that there is an information flow, and this is the part that often people don't understand, because, and this is where, informing your community members that when they ask you questions, it doesn't mean that they're not dispatching officers at the same time. So if there's a serious incident, like a domestic or an ongoing assault, something that's happening right now, often in the old days, you would have to say, get here, and tell them where, and then hang up, because then the officer had to, if they weren't working, get dressed into their uniform, get out to the cruiser, get to the scene. And so you don't want to be talking to them at the same time. Whereas now what's happening is, as soon as that call comes in, and it's a serious call, then there is a whole bunch of flurry of activity that happens behind the scenes. And that is that the call taker is now speaking to you, they are typing, and it's going to the dispatcher. And there's ways that they can say, okay, this is a very high priority call. So that flashes up on the dispatcher screen. They immediately call the officer to get them out of bed, or radio them to say, you're going to this call, this is what's going on, we'll get you more information. Meanwhile, the call taker is taking more information about who's involved, what weapons are involved, that sort of thing, exactly where it is, because that officer might be a brand new officer, so saying to go to Joe's house doesn't cut it, okay? Needs to know exactly where Joe lives. And so then getting them there, okay, information is happening in more than one place, okay? So it's important to note that. And so basically all the comm centers are broken into 2 divisions with, say, 12 desks of call taking and 12 desks of dispatching with computer links between them. So it's just important to note that. So there is this information flow that is going on that you're not aware of. And so, and this is sort of just showing it in a graphic way, that there is this, sharing of information that is happening simultaneously, okay? And I think these were created for Cat Lake and distributed, and they can, if that helps with your community members to see something in this pictorial graphic form, that can be given for them so that they can actually hopefully understand in a more precise way about this segregation of roles, okay? Because sometimes they think the call taker is the one that has to dispatch. And I've run into this several times, so they think, well, I gotta get off the phone because the dispatch is not gonna happen unless I'm not talking to this person. Nope, wrong way. There's a lot of words on this slide, sorry about that, but it's basically, I'm gonna almost read this word for word, but it talks about the technical support that we have for individuals that are making the call, okay? And this is something that is crucial for saving lives. And in this case, it was in the spring of 2020, a communicator answered a call for service that was received on the 888 line, 310-1122. The call was from a Northern First Nation number, but no name associated with the caller ID. What appeared to be a female caller was on the line, but the call taker couldn't understand her, and when asked a question, the female would talk, but it sounded like mumbling, or the phone receiver was obstructed somehow. And the reason I'm writing this is the exact words from the comm center staff when I talked to them about this. The female was not crying, did not sound to be in serious distress, aside from not speaking clearly. So basically no words could be, the call taker couldn't understand what was going on. But what they did, the call taker continued to ask questions and also did a search on the police computer. And this is the important part. So they had actually somebody else do that while they were talking to them. They're having somebody do lots of searches. And I was part of the comm center at one time, and I know how everybody pulls together and let's solve this problem. So who is this person calling? How can we find out where this person is? They need help. but we don't know who they are or where they are. So they did that, and what happened was they determined a potential address, sent the officers there, and then what happened was that they did find that woman, and when they did locate the female, it was discovered she had severe head injuries, a broken jaw, severe blood loss from the mouth, multiple facial lacerations, and she had been badly choked during a violent assault, and that's why she was unable to speak clearly. So this poor woman had been beaten quite badly, made the call, and because of the technical information that is in the comm center, they were able to track down her whereabouts. And with that, one of the officers who assisted the female said it was the call takers and dispatchers' due diligence that were key in determining a location and the caller receiving the critical care that was required. Because the female was able to write some words for the officers once she had stabilized, and they were able to apprehend the suspect involved. Okay, so it's just, it explains that there is a lot more happening behind the scenes than you might think in this comm center that is being called. The other thing that I have to say is you are welcome to visit the comm center. We have to make arrangements for that, but if you wanted to do that, I could make arrangements, and I've done that before. I think you'll be very surprised at how caring and compassionate these individuals are. And in this one, and again, I've taken out to protect the identity, and this is coming again from the call takers. So she spoke to blank in blank for an hour on August blank 2021, and it came in at just after midnight, the call. The girl was suicidal, self-harming, and she remained on the line with her until the officers were able to be contacted, logged on, and then get to the scene. Okay, and so and I'll talk about this later, but the comm center staff, the call takers, are mandated to stay on the line for certain calls, suicidal calls, domestic, and other certain calls like that. They are not allowed to hang up on that individual. Now, the individual can hang up on the call taker, but the call taker cannot end that call. They're to stay with that person until the officer gets to the scene. That is what they are mandated to do. And so, even though the reception was poor, because she was standing outside, the woman was standing outside the band office using the Wi-Fi to make the telephone call. And there was a delay, she said, as each one of them would talk. But the call taker seemed to build a rapport with her, and at one point she insisted she wanted to call the call taker when she eventually got home to tell her she was home and safe. So when the officers got there, she continued to talk to her and got her talked down from the self-harm and the suicidal thoughts that she had. And they have lots of training in that regard. So it's important that you know that's there, and those call takers are going to do that. That's part of their job. And going on with what they're mandated, so there are safety protocols that exist within the comm center that, again, they are mandated to stay until the officer arrives, okay, for suicidal calls, domestics, and other serious traumatic events. And they are told and trained to collect all necessary information, the where, what, who, when, weapons, hazards, that sort of thing. Now, if the person decides not to give it to them, that doesn't mean an officer's not going to get called, but they're going to ask those questions because that's going to help the officer deal with that specific incident. And they are mandated to dispatch all necessary services. So if that means ambulance, that fire, police, whatever is required. And I'll add, I'm not sure if I have a slide in about this, but there's also a mental health desk at the comm center where if it is an incident that is mental health related, they can patch in another console where it's not a call taker or dispatcher, it's a full-time mental health professional that can then try and talk to the individual and work out some of the issues, okay, and help them. And the other thing that they do is, as I said earlier, they're sort of an extension of the officers. They can connect the officer to whoever they need to be connected to, and also they do regular status checks, okay? The other important thing is it increases accountability because all calls are taped, all dispatch are taped, so the officer, when that officer is dispatched, we know exactly when the officer is dispatched, we know when they got to the scene, we know when the call came in. So if I ever get information about, okay, this call came in, we can actually track and get the exact time that it came in, time, date, and right to the second, and then I can determine how long it took to get that dispatched and how long it took for the officer to get to the scene. And we can track that. And if the comm center or NAPS is delinquent in any way, we can address those and try and improve on those so that accountability is there. So it really does help with community safety. And they also do regular status checks on the officer. The officer is contacted every hour, at least every hour. So if the officer has not, if they haven't heard from the officer, they actually have a little alarm that goes off that says, you need to contact officer so-and-so and make sure they're okay. Okay, so how does this enhance public safety? Every single call is answered. Okay, there's not going to be any call that doesn't go unanswered. And I've already talked about these things, so when the caller is speaking with the call taker, the dispatcher is dispatching the officers. Okay, or another call taker is waking the officer up. If we need other services, they're making arrangements for those. They can link with the sergeant, and I already mentioned, and actually I have it here, that if the caller requires mental health assistance, they can connect the caller to the mental health diversion program, which is its formal name for having a console that has a mental health professional that's there. Interpretation procedure. So the chief already mentioned about how we've went to the OPP and they are working on a different interpretation process that will include the 3 traditional languages that are in Anishinaabe Nation. What we have in place, just so you know, there isn't something that we have now. We have a process in place now that basically is, there are 23 NAPS officers that have agreed to be interpreters. So it's somebody that has already been sworn to confidentiality, etc., okay, that is available for that call. So if a call comes in and the caller cannot speak English or isn't able to speak English to the degree that they can get their message across, as long as they can get what language they speak, Ojibwe, Ojibwe, Cree, that sort of thing, then the call taker is able to link them. They have all the numbers of the officers, home and cells, etc., call them, and then patch them in to that call so that they can interpret for that caller. So that is in existence already and is used when necessary. Okay, so and I did speak with the chief superintendent just a few days ago, and they are expecting that the RFP's gone in, and by January 2024, the new process should be in place, is what they expect. Okay, so basically 3-4 months from now. So that will be another system for translation that will include all the traditional languages. The other piece of information is when I spoke with officers and with community members, they talked about the fact that at times, and I'm labeling it police information calls, what this is non-emergent information. So in other words, somebody in your community just wants to talk to an officer for whatever reason, okay? Maybe because their son is thinking about becoming an officer, or their daughter, and they would just want the officer to come by and talk to them about becoming a NAPS officer, what's involved, that sort of thing. What they can do is, if they need to speak to an officer and it's not an emergent, like where the police assistance is required, they can still call the comm center, but just note that the comm center, they're mandated to ask a few questions to make sure this is not a call for service. Because they don't want, if it happens to be an assault, to say to the caller, okay, we'll have the officer call you when they're back on duty. No, they need to make sure that this is just a call for information, not for a call for service. Once they've determined that, they will just put a message out to that officer that next time you're on duty, or when you're finished that call that you're on right now, you please call this individual because they need to talk to you. Okay, so that can always be done. And the one number for every community, and I hate the fact that it's a long number, okay, 1-888-310-1122. And just so you know, we are working to, it's going to take a long time, but to try and move 911 into the northern communities, okay? That's something that I'm working on. But right now, it's 1-888-310-1122, and that's why there was such community education to try and get stickers out there, fridge magnets, and I have thousands of them. So if they are needed in your community, I can box them up and send them up to you. And there's stickers for your cell phone, stickers for your home phones, fridge magnets, and posters, all that sort of stuff that can go up to try and get that everywhere and program it into your phone, that sort of thing. So it is the number, and that's what we have to work with right now. And it's not that much worse than the rest of the world, right? Because we just moved to 10-digit dialing everywhere. So we got to dial 807, whatever the 7 digits are now. So it's not that much more. Anyways, that's basically my presentation. I will be here and available for discussion and questions after the chief finishes his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rod. Again, when we look at the comm center and looking at what we've heard from our meetings with many of our community leaders, and you know, the interpretation was something that needed to be addressed. And knowing how big the OPP is and how big it takes that organization to implement change, to know that, you know, that proposal is out there, and to learn that they're going to have people in place by January. That is a pretty quick turnaround for an organization as large as the OPP. So they have heard us, they've heard you, and what you would like to see in the comm center. So that is coming. It is coming. So again, that was one of the bigger things that we wanted to report back on to you. I know Chief Superintendent Karen Meyer was at the August Nan-Keewaywin meeting, and she provided a brief update there. And we informed you that we were going to provide a I guess a bigger report here. So thank you very much for that, Rod. So I'll go into the annual report for NAPS. So that is the copy that I handed out earlier. That is what we'll be going over. You know, when we go up into the north, and it's always, so the picture that you see on the annual report is, you know, when you go into many of our communities, this is the type of, you know, transportation we would use. So to have, I just thought it was a nice picture, and the fact that if you flip it up, turn that picture upside down, you'll see it's kind of looks like the boat is actually on the sky. So anyway, that's from Moose Factory. Again, this is our breakdown of the communities that we serve, and obviously we have the 3 regions: Northeast, Central, and Northwest. I just want to highlight back in 2022, for the entire year, we had over 30,000 calls for service. We do serve 34 communities. So far this calendar year in 2023, we are nearly at the entire calls for service for last year. And we got a few more months to go. So we are going to pass the amount of calls we had last year. So that tells me that our officers and our communities are very busy. So it'll be interesting to see where we end up this year, because our numbers each year seem to be increasing. And when we have these increases, it impacts our communities. It impacts your departments, your health departments, your social departments. You know, so there is a ripple effect when we see increases to our calls for service. That means we are receiving more calls. Our officers are interacting more with the public. And in turn, that sometimes places a demand on services from within your community, and also increases the demand on us as well. And it impacts various departments. So when you look at those impacts, again, in your communities, when it comes to mental health, you know that the nursing station is going to get called. You know that your social workers are also going to be involved. And then on the other side of that is our officers being involved, and sometimes with the person presenting with mental health, is that, you know, we know that an officer may be busy with that individual, taking them to the nursing station, sitting with them until they get help, and then that individual may be going on to another facility in an urban location. So again, increases for calls for service have an impact on your departments in your communities, and also in our departments. And I'll go over, there is statistics, and you have them in the back of that report. You have them there right at the back. You will see the calls for service, the number of calls that we had for the 22 calendar year, and you'll see the stats that are right beside it per region. So when we look at NAPS, and one of the things that it has been a very busy year, and we have been advancing multiple projects in regards to infrastructure, recruitment, information technology, equipment, and partnerships. From our last negotiations, we had received funding for 5 new detachments. We know that in the community of Martin Falls, that detachment, one of the 2 is currently being built. That detachment is very close to being completed, and we should, I think Chief Achipaniscum, I think we're very close to moving into that detachment, I think later this fall, right? So we're looking forward to that new building in your community. It's going to be there in your community for a number of years going forward, and it's going to be real helpful to your members and to our officers. So, and I know that you know, there's housing in these new detachments, so there are residences for our officers to live. So we're not placing a strain on the housing situation that's occurring in our communities. So we have Martin Falls and the community of Nescanega that are currently being built, and the communities of Attawapiskat, Mishkegogame, and Chapleau area are also slated for new detachments. And our facilities manager, Ralph Delarue, has been attending meetings with those communities, and also with the funders. We also know that the funders, and again, our facilities manager, they started meetings with other communities such as TTN, Muskrat Dam, about their new detachments. So again, when we look forward, a lot of our infrastructure is being replaced. So that was one of the things that we knew as an organization we had to address, was replacing our infrastructure. So we anticipate that with all these detachments being replaced, we would have seen in the communities that we have served, all our old detachments that we received under the OPP First Nations policing program will now have been replaced. So the 23 communities in the remote north, you know, we are almost to that position where all of them have been replaced. Albeit some of them are now in very poor condition, like when I look at Chief Loon and Mishkegogame, that grandeur building that's in that community, which has been there, I think, Chief, what, nearly 20 years now? Yeah. And that was the old newer buildings from way back when that they told us were going to last for 25 to 30 years. Well, they didn't make it that far. And now, Mishkegogame, we know that we pushed for that community to be replaced because it is a very busy community for us. So again, infrastructure has been addressed. One of the things that we had to do over the last little while, we've seen a changeover in a couple of our management positions, director positions. We have a new director of human resources, Allison Jennings, and we also have a new director of finance, and Jason Polischuk. So one of the other, and I know I've reported on this, is that, and I touched upon it a little earlier, was the vacancies. The policing sector, like many sectors, has been hit hard, and we have vacancies to fill, and that's why we heard our board chair talk earlier about needing to have our community members be involved with policing, and it doesn't have to be in policing. It could be some of the administrative jobs that we have. So there are not only police officer positions, but there's also administrative positions that we have as well. And that's something that people want to help, but they may not want to be a police officer, but they want to work in some form or fashion that gives back to the communities. And we do have a lot of administrative positions. And when you look at our front line, that is something that we've been focusing on, is that filling our frontline vacancies. We hired a second recruitment officer, so that when one of two, our sergeant or our constable, if one is out at a community function doing recruiting, another one is still back at the office processing applications. And one of the things that the progressive conservative government did recently was that knowing that there was such a resource strain of people getting into policing, what they did is, what the PC government did, is that they waived the tuition to the Ontario Police College earlier this year. And that's going to be for the next few years. There will be no tuition for any person who gets on with the police service to go to the Ontario Police College. And that tuition is over $15,000. So that has been waived in hopes to attract more people into the profession. One of the other things that the Ontario Police College has done, and through the direction by Minister Kersner, was that normally at the Ontario Police College there are 3 intakes: January, May, and September. Well, they're going to be adding a 4th intake, and they anticipate that through each intake there's going to be at least 500 trainees. So so you're looking at 2,000 officers a year being trained through the Ontario Police College. So which is a substantial increase. Again, it's to address the vacancies not only within NAPS, but with all the other police services that are having a hard time filling vacancies. So when you heard through the financial report, you heard that we had some money, we have surplus. But that surplus has already been allocated. You heard, I think, Jason, the $8 million was in there, right? I think it was from the special projects from the year before. So we did receive funding, one-time funding for body-worn cameras, and that is something that it is a project for us. It's a big project for us that we have to undertake. but we know it's absolutely necessary for the accountability and for the safety of the members that our officers are interacting with, but also for the safety of our officers as well. So this is something that we have the cameras, we've paid for them, we've paid for the system, and now it's just getting it operational and instilling policy. So one of the things that, again, that through this year is that we know that we've had some officer exchanges. We had, in our Northeast region, we had an officer exchange with the police services of Halton, York, and Peel. And so we've seen a success out of that. And this is something, again, we recently signed, with Thunder Bay Police, and I don't have to go into the troubles that Thunder Bay Police has had. We're very well aware of them. But one of the things too is that as a responsibility is that, we have to do some education. And Chief Fleury and I, when we signed this MOU it is the hope that, for us, to provide that assistance to their members to get the education about our communities. So I do want to talk to a couple of our communities and see if they would be receptive to having Thunder Bay officers come in to provide some assistance. But also, again, it's for the purpose of getting them educated, giving them that knowledge about our communities, letting them see firsthand where we live, what we do, how things are in our communities. We have they have a big responsibility to protect everyone here in the city, and many of our people live here, but they don't, some Thunder Bay officers, some of their members don't have that understanding about our communities. So it's important that we give them that education. But we also we're not just going to show up into the communities with a Thunder Bay officer unless we have that community's blessing. So that is something that I just wanted to mention here, is that, we do want to see them in our communities, but we're not going to do it unless we have the blessing of the chief, blessing of the council. So that is something that's the next phase. We signed the agreement, and now it's the next phase of selecting communities. So one of the biggest things that was impacting Indigenous policing, not only NAPS, but Indigenous policing, was the pension. And so what I'll say is that the NAPS officer had to work an extra 5 years before they were eligible for retirement. So to give you the example, OPP officers in in Pickle Lake and NAPS officers in Mishkegogame, they're both working the same area. Well, the OPP officer gets to retire 5 years earlier than the NAPS officer. But we filed a human rights complaint as the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario, and with our legal counsel, which was Faulkner's, the human rights complaint was settled earlier this year. And we now have the same parity with the OPP, meaning that the officers in Mishkegogame don't have to work that extra 5 years to retire. They now have the same retirement package as the OPP. So that was one of the biggest things that we've seen impacting NAPS and Indigenous policing, was the disparity in the pension. So that has been addressed. So we're hoping that will keep people in Indigenous policing and keep people with NAPS. So obviously, the pandemic, that was one of the big things that really impacted how we operated. We had to go to a 14 on, 14 off schedule. And since we've been operating on that schedule through COVID, our officers love that schedule. Gives them time in the community, and gives them a lot of time at home, so they have a good work-life balance. But in some of our communities where it's larger, we know the officers are busy. And we've approached them in the past to change. In some of those busier communities, we approached them to say that we recognize this community is larger, it's busier, that, you know, to work 14 days is actually, it's quite demanding. So we actually approached them to say, you know, do you want to go to 1 week off and 1 week on? And no, they didn't want to go to that. They wanted to have the 14 on, 14 off. So it wasn't something that in the remote north that we were going to fight them on. If they wanted to be in the community for 14 days, so they can have 14 consecutive days off to do things with their family, as long as they were there in the community for 14 days, you know, again, we solicited their input. We just, because we recognize that the demands of policing are very hard. So, so we're still at the 14 and 14. So one of the biggest things that, you know, you heard that surplus, and one of the, knowing that, you know, as a growing organization, we were running out of space at our headquarters at 309 Court Street. We couldn't hire the people for administrative positions because we didn't have office space to put them into. So the surplus that we had, and you heard from the financial report that we had at one point, Jason, I think nearly $8 million. So we allocated $5 million, is it $6 million? What, around $5-6 million? Yeah. To a new headquarters. So we will be moving into, some of our members are going to be moving into a new headquarters on Balmoral, just down from Wekwudong Lodge. It's actually on the same side of Wekwudong Lodge. When you see Wekwudong Lodge, you go, you'll see the golf course, Chapels Golf Course, then you come to the river, and then there's a big gray building on the other side, same side as Wekwudong. And that is the building that we're going to be moving into. So it's basically, we're almost tripling the square footage. So it'll give us opportunity in the future for growth to bring on new positions, new administrative positions. And we're going to move, everyone's going to move into one building, other than our victim support. Our victim support, our services, the Survivor Assistance Support Program, is going to remain where it's at, because victims, we've learned, don't really want to come to a police station. They want to go to a separate location. And our SASP program is going to remain at separate, so we can ensure that we're meeting the needs of our victims. Okay. So again, this is some of the bigger things that we're working on, some of the things that have been worked on over the last year. So this is our organization structure. There are some new changes here. When you look over to the far right, you'll see the new position there called superintendent. This is a new senior position that we created. And the reason why we had to create this was that the operator, like deputy chief, would be responsible for both sides, for operations and the civilian side. But with more officers, increasing calls for service, increasing admin staff, it was necessary to break them apart. So we have the superintendent who is now in charge of, as you can see, most of the civilians and some of the specialty, and then the deputy is now responsible for the operations, strictly operations. So that was something that we knew we had to do, because the workload on the senior staff was increasing. So we had to look at how do we look at separating that work. But what this also does too for our organization is that it creates additional senior positions. So we're hoping that by these additional senior positions that we will retain people so that they can make NAPS a career. So that was one thing I wanted to point out here, was that the superintendent position. We also looked at, as part of our drug strategy, the funding that we got for the 18 positions. we hired the 2 detective staff sergeants now. And later this calendar year, or later this fiscal year, we'll be looking to hire the 2 additional detective sergeants. So we are looking at increasing our drug units with the supervisors that are needed first. Okay. We already went over our financials, but it's in here again for your reading pleasure, which isn't very exciting, Right, Jason?
Best part of the report.
Yeah. So again, obviously, Deputy Chief's report, and one of the things that we've been busy preparing is the legislation. And when you heard our board chair acknowledging the people who are working on the legislation, actually today, at the end of this meeting, I'll be going to meet with former Chief Armstrong and consultant retired Staff Sergeant Eric Howells. So as we prepare for the legislation, what they have been doing is putting together what we're going to need to meet adequate and effective policing, to meet those standards. And I know our legal counsel has been actively involved on this file as well, and I had to talk with him earlier to see if it was okay to talk about some of the data that's being spoken at this table. So our officers, we have a sworn complement of over 200. It's actually 262 officers on paper. That's what we're funded for. You back out some of those senior positions, and we're looking at 250, 245 officers. Some of the numbers that we're talking about is that, what the board chair said, doubling that complement. So going up to 500 officers. But how do we get there? How do we get to hiring 250? So again, this is something that's being worked on. A lot of work has gone into this. I know our Director of Finance, with the number of positions that are being talked about and spoken about, the supporting administrative positions that have to go into supporting bringing on 250 officers. And then we have to look at where are we going to put those officers? Where are we going to put the admin staff that's going to support this increase? So we know that we're going to have to increase our infrastructure. We're going to have to get that commitment. And we put a dollar value. Our Director of Finance has been working with that team to put a dollar value to what this ask is going to be. And I'll tell you, so I am going to be looking at that information, that first draft today. So that information has all been prepared. We have updated our policies. We've updated, we're going to present a very robust strategy on how to get to 250, how we're going to bring them on. So when you look at that legend, when you hear Julian saying that, the starting line, that it's almost like or the finish line is there, and the starting line to get under legislation is right there as well. So again, change is going to be coming. It is going to be coming. It's going to be, we just can't hire 250 officers in 1 year. We just can't. So how is that going to look? But first, we need to look at all the positions that are going to be created, all the administrative positions, all the infrastructure that's going to be required. So this is stuff that we're going to be reviewing over the next little while. We know that the legislation is looming and that we're almost there. We are prepared with the policies. Now it's just, here's what our ask is. And we'll be looking at that first draft today. So, I'd like to say that with the good work of our police board, our legal counsel, support of our executive from Deputy Grand Chief's office, we've been working hard in behind the scenes to prepare for the legislation, and that legislation is now here, and we're ready for it. So a lot of work has gone into the preparation. Again, these are some of the recent positions that have been filled. So in our SAS program, Survivor Service, we have Hazel, who is working out of our Sulukut office. We had, again, promotions. So a promotion created a vacancy in our professional standards office, and that vacancy was filled by Sean Stavlik. And when you look at the crime unit for Central Region, again, we filled it with Mario Blasio, Detective Staff Sergeant at the the SAS program. There was a promotion there for Lana Morrison. And we looked at offender transport. You know, we brought on another person. We do have currently have postings for media relations coordinator. We posted this position previously, and we only got one applicant last time. No one from we have a number of people from our NAN communities that live here in the city, and no one from NAN applied for this job. So we reposted it, and we're hoping to, once we get into the new building, that we'll have a person for this position, because I know we can do more with our media. Our Deputy Chief Snyder, is retiring at the end of this year. So 21 years he's been with us. He came to us from the forestry sector, but yeah, Daryl's leaving this year. It's going to be missed. Hard. It's a big role to fill, but we will be having a retirement for Deputy Chief in November, and that is something. This position is currently we're looking at filling this position, but I'm hoping that'll convince him to stay maybe another year. But I know I'm going to have to fight his wife about that. Anna's been very patient, and actually Anna's been very, very, very patient. So, it's going to be a hard position to fill. Obviously, you've seen the increase in our budget, and I know currently we have 2 people that are working in our accounts payable. We have payroll, and we have our director of finance. But it's when you look at all these positions, you know, and the money coming in, and then you look at the additional monies that we have through bilateral agreements, that it was important to bring on another person to, if Director of Finance is away or at a meeting, then there's someone under, a second person in charge. So again, so that is a position that is currently advertised, and is it closed now, Jason?
Closed. They're doing interviews next week.
There we go. All right. So again, so Detective Constable, we have an opening in our drugs and guns and gangs. So we have a current position in this. Again, it's because of new positions and promotions. Duplicate. And again, this is our vacancies by region and resignations, recent resignations. So when you look at, we have Northwest, obviously, 20 vacancies. Northeast, we have 9, and Central, we have 5. So this past intake, where we've had, where you recently graduated, we had 16 at the Ontario Police College. We lost one person due to injury, but that person is actually back in January. Then we had some people that just didn't pass. We had hoped to have 16 out in the field, but we only ended up putting 12 officers. Only 12 passed. Again, it's the demands of the training. It can be very hard. If you're not focused, you will not pass. And one of those individuals was not focused. And a couple of the other people, we've seen our Indigenous people, one of our Indigenous members, there was a hardship there, and that Indigenous member could not pass. So again, we know that the majority of the 12 went over to the Northwest region, but they have to do coaching first before they're able to work on their own. So we're hoping to see a reduction in the vacancies once those officers are working on their own. Again, this is a little bit more detail about the leave of absence and modified duties. So again, this in our Northeast region, there's a typo there, obviously, with it's supposed to be one of those is the Central region. So the middle one is going to be the Central region. So as you can see, we have a number of officers who are off on WSIB. We have 3 that are off on short term, meaning that that's usually a maximum of up to 3 months. And then if they're off longer than 3 months, they transition over to long term. The officers who are on long term, and many of officers who are on WSIB are suffering from, officers who are off on WSIB, majority of those officers are off with mental health injuries. The long-term disability people, some of them are off with other medical issues that they they have to deal with first before they come back. And then, as you can see, we return them back to work. We have a return to work process, and we have 3 people who are on modified work in that return to work process. And the others, when we look at leave of absences, we have some that are suspended, and we have some that are off on other forms of medical, or some of them off are mat leave or parental leave. So we do have a number of vacancies, and we do have a number of officers that are off. So again, this was the new hires for the last intake. I guess, I'm sorry, I was 11, I guess we must have lost. Yeah, we lost 5. We hired 1 experienced officer recently who just came to us from the RCMP, and that officer is going to be going over to the Northeast region. We've had 4 terminations, and obviously 4 of those were recruits. Those are the 4 I was mentioning from the Ontario Police College that couldn't pass. And normally, when an officer can't pass, that means you fail an exam or fail a couple or 3 exams, 4 exams. You get an opportunity to rewrite, and we allow them to rewrite. You only get a couple of chances to rewrite, and if you fail, if you can't pass on those rewrites, your termination, your employment is terminated because you haven't been able to pass. So again, when we look at getting out there, now that our communities are opening up and things are happening, we've been out to career fairs. As you can see, this is some of the things that we've attended. Our recruitment office has attended. We went out to Saskatoon to the Fred Saccamoose, Chief Thunderstick hockey tournament. Big Indigenous tournament. A lot of young people, hoping to attract them into policing, and we did get some interest. We did get interest in that. So we're still working with some of those people from out west as to how to bring them on board. And as you can see, we have been into a few of our communities, and I will say that traveling again, I've had the opportunity to meet an individual out of Matachewan, former military person who was interested in policing, and that person is, already interviewed. We had another person out of TTN who I'm hoping has now been interviewed and will be hopefully with us for January. And another individual, and 2 of these people that I've recently come into contact with who are interested in policing are 2 of them are females, and they're both Indigenous from our communities. So being out there is actually, helping with our recruiting. So as you can see, we currently have 12 recruits at the Ontario Police College. So we're hoping that we'll graduate 12 in September or in December. this is a couple of other things that, our organization is unionized, and we are currently in arbitration. Arbitration is happening in October for our officers. So we'll see what that brings. There are things that they're putting demands on, and we don't think that it's, obviously, we have to ensure that we're not selling the farm when we go through this. So that's why we're going to arbitration. Some of the demands are just unreasonable, and that's why we have these processes, and that is why we're going through arbitration. We feel that their demands are quite extravagant, and so that is why we're going to arbitration. So as you can see from the HR, the updates, we are working with Calibrate Solutions. In fact, just this morning when I'm telling you that all our supervisors are here, Calibrate was presenting this morning to our supervisors about developing that wellness strategy for a mental health program for our officers and for our civilians. So that is something that we are working on, and that is actually happening as we speak. Again, one of the big things that as a growing organization, some of our systems are outdated, and one of it is our payroll system. We need to upgrade it. We need to update it. So that is happening right now. We're working with ADP on this, and so we're hoping that hopefully by next year we'll have a new system in place. One of those things, the documents I was talking about that I'm going to be reviewing is actually the recruitment and retention strategy. I'm going to be reviewing that today, and that's going to be part of the legislation. So again, to attract members, the 250 officers that we're going to have to go after, how are we going to get them? What is that strategy that we're going to use? So again, I'll be reviewing the first draft on that today. And this is obviously our superintendent, our new superintendent, Brad Deuce. He was previously our detective inspector. Now he is our superintendent, and he is responsible again for criminal operations and specialties. So one of the things that we've had with our specialties is that in our Northeast region, through human rights, the Mushkegowuk Tribal Council was able to get funding for drug positions, and with that funding is now run out, but the positions that were there are now just rolled into our Northeast region. So the funding that we got for our Northeast region drug team, when the officers who were assigned to the Mushkegowuk drug team, when that funding ended, just ended up going into the Northeast region drug team, now funded by NAPS. So as you can see, as of August 31st, this is some of the work that they've been doing. These are some of what's been seized through their investigative efforts. So as you can see, a lot of methamphetamine pills have been seized in the Northeast region. And that is, in some of our communities, methamphetamine is the drug of choice. We know that in some other communities, I know Sandy Lake, we know that cocaine is huge up there. In Chief Wesley, I know we're getting reports now that, confirming, I think, was it meth is being made in your community, So again, all sorts of drugs that are out there in our communities. And to add to that, fentanyl as well. Chief Van Buskirk, I know that is a big thing in your community in Brunswick House as well. And I know that new detachment I had the opportunity to come in August with our Navajo guest to see that it's been worked on, and it's a good location. And we're hoping that detachment in your community will really hopefully lessen the noise with the people that are visiting your community from outside. So that's some of the work that the drug unit has been doing in our Northeast region. This is some of the stats from our specialty units. This is not, these stats are separate from the stats that you see at the back. Okay? So these are stats that are specific to our specialty groups. Okay? Again, some of these are stats that our detectives from our crime units, from our drug units, these are some of the files that they work on. And as you can see, sexual assault is up there. That's pretty high. 234. That's a lot of victims. I'll touch upon that, future projects and some of the, but this is some of the stuff that they've been working on. So like I said, some of the bigger projects, the infrastructure that's coming to NAPS are coming to these communities. And they're long overdue. Long overdue. Martin Falls, Nescanega. Martin Falls, we hope to be working out of that office by later this year. Nescanega, I know that they started with the foundation now, and we know that in the other communities, talks are happening. Plans are in to get these detachments going. Chapleau, Attawapiskat, and Mishkegogami are the priority out in the field. Then we got TTN and Muskrat Dam that are also being planned already for future, for a couple of years down the road. And one of the big ones in there is obviously our new headquarters. We anticipate all our office being in the new headquarters by January or February. Again, this is our Northwest Region report. It's by Inspector Larry Ross. And again, this is obviously our Northwest Region. Our office is in Sioux Lookout, and then they service obviously our Northwest Region. One of the big things that with drugs out of our Northwest Region was that the community of Satchico Lake had provided us some names, and I know that there was a specific name. Her name was a female person. My last name of Spade. Anyway, we were able to really track that person, really look at what that person was doing, and we know that that person actually was charged with various offenses, and actually even had to be placed into custody because was still dealing drug trafficking even after warrants were executed. So he didn't get the message, continued on, and we were still able to track what she was doing. And again, warrants were executed, being held responsible, being held to account. I'm not sure, I'll have to follow up and see where she's at in the court system, because there were a number of charges that even I think the OPP had in Sioux Lookout. She was even targeted by them, and actually I think was picked up by them as well. So again, one of the names that was provided to us, our officers worked on that file and were able to really target and do enforcement, and she ended up in custody. So again, these are some of the things that have been going on in the Northwest Region. Up in community of Cat Lake, we were able to get a new residence trailer up there for our officers, and I know that is being worked on in terms of getting it up and getting it into place. And as you can see with Northwest Region here is tasers. We had old tasers, and we upgraded all our tasers to the latest standard. So that has been rolled out to our officers. And this is some of the administrative updates that have been performed by our Northwest Region. We've had some of the personnel changes. as you can see, you can read the changes for yourself in here. It's they're mostly administrative. This is administrative. So this is our Central Region report. It's pretty lots of words there. I can't so maybe you can read that. Again, it's more of just providing an update as to what's been occurring in our regions. You know, alcohol and drugs continue to be a factor throughout our communities. But when you look at the last bullet point there, the entire 22 year, there were nearly over 7,200 calls for service, which is actually an increase in our Matawa communities, actually our central region. So we are seeing increase in calls. It's a reality what we are facing. We are seeing more calls. Same with mental health calls. When you look at the 347 calls within the Matawa or the central region areas, it is a growing concern, mental health. So when you hear that the Comm Center has that ability to provide mental health supports, so this is something that we know that it is increasing. And so this is our report for our Northeast region. Again, our Northeast region is our largest, or contains our larger communities. Obviously, the largest community that we police is Sandy Lake, and the other, Attawapskat and Moose Factory are our next two largest. And you've seen some of the staffing issues and the vacancies that we've had, and so we've allocated three recruits into the Northeast region. And as you can see, we have various people off on various forms of leave. And our detachments, again, it's something that, we look at Attawapskat, we know there's a new detachment coming there, but they too have a grandeur detachment like what we have at Mishkegoguming. And like Mishkegoguming, that detachment has had a lot of use since it's been placed into Attawapskat. So it's important that we get new infrastructure for Attawapskat. Again, when you look at some of the issues, drugs and alcohol, it is very, very prevalent through all our communities. And I know that our guns and gangs, and especially our Northeast region, our Northeast region drug unit that we have there has been very busy. When you look at Attawapskat, there were a number of drug warrants that were executed in that community because there was information that the pharmacist was aligning themselves with community members and selling drugs into the community. Well, it took a few warrants to actually get to that pharmacist. So that pharmacist, a warrant was executed, and that pharmacist is now held accountable. So the pharmacist was the one that was providing drugs. And it took, I think deputy, three warrants within the community first to get enough information to get into this, to get to the pharmacist. That's, and that's one thing I have to make sure is that, we're going to follow up with the College of Pharmacy and Physicians to make sure that, that they're informed that this is what that pharmacist did in our community. So again, a pharmacist. Again, when you look at our northern detachment, especially in the remote north, and you hear, when you heard Grand Chief and Deputy, the story about going into Niskayuna and that officer working by himself, we still, on paper, when you hear that we have 250 officers available for policing, to still have officers working alone. And one of the things that we've been losing officers to many of our urban municipal services. And I know I reported this, I spoke at the OECP meeting in February to all the zone directors to let them know our current status with our vacancies. And anytime we get a service we hear of a service, or we hear a service that's going to hire our officers, I send a letter to that chief, and say, just an example. Just yesterday, I find out on Saturday by looking on the internet in our Northeast region, in the Timmins Press, I see that one of our officers out of Moose Factory has been hired. And I knew that this officer had applied, but I spoke to the management of Timmins Police, and I said, I just want you to work with us on a release date. Well, I learned on Saturday when we're flying up to Yadmatong that this officer has been hired and he's going to start on a certain date. And I send an email to the chief and I say, I knew we spoke about this. I requested, I pleaded with you to work with us on a release date so that we can backfill this officer before they go to Timmins Police. Well, the response was that we sent you an email back in August that we were going to hire. He said, yes, I understand that. You made an offer, but that is the only correspondence that we received from you, was that this person applied. We haven't heard the other part, that the officer accepted. But to learn that by way of internet, when I had a direct conversation with this leader. So it's still happening regardless of anything that I'm saying. We're still getting people that are leaving, and we're not getting some of them are working with us on release dates, but most often than not, we're getting at least, a month's notice, but we'd like to see at least 4 to 6 months notice before we lose that officer, so that we can hire for that leaving officer before that officer even leaves. So I will be still speaking with that police leader from Timmins and letting them know about this. And we know that we're going to be losing a couple of others to other services, and then sent correspondence off to them as well, and hoping that they work with us on release dates. But that's what's happening. And that's the things that we're having to do, is that tell these other police leaders that, hey, work with us. We're just asking you to work with us. So it is helping. We aren't losing as many officers as we have, but still, we're still losing people. Yeah, you heard me talk about the partnerships, and one of the, like I said, with York, Halton, Peel, Thunder Bay Police, one of the things that is the justice as well. And when you tie in the Navajo Police, the Navajo Nation into this, that's an important partnership that's going to be helpful to NAPS. But also, I think, Deputy, when we went down there, helpful to NAN itself, in terms of when you look at their structure, they have governance in place. They're a sovereign nation. And I know from many of our meetings, the laws that they have in place for their nation, and I know listening to the conversations that are happening at our NAN meetings, and that is something I know that many of our communities want to see. We hear those conversations. So that's going to be important in partnership with Navajo Police, but also I think Deputy Grand Chief at Nation to Nation, hopefully, that, and then they're willing to help. We heard that. We heard that they're willing to help. So again, these are things that we're going to be working on. So looking forward, some of the future projects, body worn cameras, that is going to be a huge, huge project for us. And again, we're hoping by, we're going to be aggressive, want it in place by next summer, but we'll see what we're going to come up against throughout the year as we get this project up and going. Legislation, that is a huge, huge project. Again, huge undertaking, and we're basically, we're just got to review the drafts, and I know once they see that, we sharing it obviously with our police board and with our deputy grand chief to let report back to them as to how we're prepared and what needs to be done. Obviously, with our new building, we're going to have a grand opening. We're going to target that for next year, next summer, once we're fully moved in. And one of the things that project that we're going to look at is working with Turtle Concepts. I know Turtle Concepts have been to many of our communities, and they do youth empowerment. And we've trained our officers, some of our officers, as to, to do that outreach with Turtle Concepts. They were with us in the month of July, and it was good training. It was actually eye-opening for our officers for them to get to experience what Turtle Concepts does, and we know they do good work with our youth. So, and I spoke with Chief Kakagamic there from Sandy, and just let her know about this project, and we wanted to see the long-term impacts on focusing on one community. So I was telling the chief, I said, we'd like to look at come into your community for a school calendar year. We want to come into your community once before Christmas, and then after, we want to come into the community again for at least 3 visits, maybe 4 visits before the school year ends, to see what kind of impact by working with youth over a period of time. You want to see what kind of impact it's going to have on their self-esteem, their confidence, and maybe that will translate into them going after their dreams. So hopefully we'll see some success out of this. And again, Chief, I know there's a little bit more work to get done, but we would like to be in your community to do this and see how this will impact some of the youth out of your community. So that is something that if it goes well, that is something that maybe we can do in other communities, because we have seen success with what they do. I know Chief Command Buskirk, that they were recently in your community. I know my daughter Emma is also works with Turtle Concepts, and I'm going to brag about my daughter. Yeah, she's currently she was just in New York this past weekend, modeling for Indigenous designers, and she's from our community of Chapleau Cree, Chapleau, and I know she's been into your community, Renee, and she does good work, and she works with Turtle Concepts, so she will come around with Turtle Concepts, and it'll be good for our people, especially our youth, to see one of their own youth part of that group. So we're hoping that this will be a good endeavor, and that it will be beneficial to our youth, because in talking with Dave Jones, some of the work that he was telling me that they recently did, and I'll give you an example of a conference they went to. I'm not going to say in what province it was. I'm just going to say that it was at a youth conference, and we know the importance of education, educating on trauma, educating on suicide, educating on grief. But we also have to remember that these are youth. They come from our communities. They already know about this trauma. Many of them experience it, many of them live it, they see it. Some of our youth don't have the ability or they don't have time to have fun sometimes because of the environments they live in. So Dave was telling me that they were at a conference. It was March break, and the first day of that conference, first topic, grief, trauma. Afternoon was suicide. And these were youth. But I know that some of this happens to our youth. But also, many of our youth in our communities experience a lot of this. But they also need to experience having fun. They need to be youth too. So again, this is some of the work that we're hoping to do with Turtle Concepts, and it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome is going to be. So this is some of the stats that we have for the entire year from January 1st to December 31st of 2022, last calendar year. Assaults, very high across our 3 regions. And some of that I'm going to say is domestic assaults as well. Okay. So theft, when you look at theft, break and enters, those are tied in together in terms of, the crimes that occur when there are social issues such as addictions. You'll see these other crimes increase when there's a lot of addictions happening. Okay. Mischiefs, majority of our mischiefs are being caused by our youth. In some of our communities, it's happening all too often. And it comes sometimes at a very substantial cost. Very substantial cost. And how do you recoup those costs when they're youth? When you're looking at entire buildings being burnt down. You look at the bail violations. Obviously, when we have more calls for service, we're interacting with more people, and sometimes that leads, and we're interacting because we're receiving reports of an incident occurring. And many of the people are on conditions. Again, you look at the Liquor Act, we have some of our communities are in urban locations, and alcohol is allowed, but we still have a lot of alcohol calls, a lot of Liquor Act calls. Police assistance, it could be a variety of items. But most of those are basically non-criminal calls, and sometimes it's just a police, request for information, and we render assistance. And again, we capture how many prisoners are being moved through each region. Sudden deaths, some of these are investigated. Some of them are also natural. So again, these are just what's being reported, and some of these are, again, natural deaths. But as you can see, the Mental Health Act, these calls are increasing. And I know it's a burden on many departments. You look at your internal departments, your health departments, your social departments, it has an impact there as well, not only on us, but also on you and your departments and your people that have to work with people who are suffering from mental health illnesses, who don't have systems in place for their care in our communities. And many of our people who have to get mental health help have to leave our communities. You all know that. Many of them get released back to your communities within 72 hours without any support, without any follow-up. And threats of suicide, attempt suicides, again, in conjunction with mental health. So when you add those 3 columns together, those are high numbers. And we're looking at over nearly 1,600 calls in a calendar year. And usually those are tied in. Threat of suicide, attempt suicide. Again, when a person, they're not thinking properly, and then it becomes a mental health act call. So it's important that we capture these and we categorize them properly for statistical purposes. Again, we do a lot of patrol, we do a lot of property checks. Yeah, this is, unwanted persons is something that our officers do a lot. Compliance checks, yeah, we do, we do checks. We do, for those high-risk people sometimes, we do door knocks, making sure that they're following what the release conditions are. But as you can see for yourself, these are the stats that we've had for last year. And when you see the stats that we have for this year, when you know that we're already at 30,000, we know we're going to eclipse this. We know we're going to surpass last year's numbers because we're almost there already. So, questions? I know Rod is still here. If you have questions about Comm Center, Rod is still here. If you have questions about our financial position, Jason is still here, and Deputy Chief Snyder is here. You have any specific operational questions, and then questions, okay? Yes.
Good afternoon. Just want to say thank you for your report. It's my first time being at a NAPS police meeting, but I'm a proxy for Muskrat Dam First Nation. Just a question, like when you talked about there's potentially going to be 500 trainees next year in the Ontario provincial system, does NAPS have any kind of do they give you guys seats to send students there? Is there like a protocol for that?
Yes, there is. So they ask all the services across Ontario how many seats they're going to require for the next intake. So knowing that, if we need more, and I'll tell you, is that the Minister Kersner, if we have an issue getting seats, he has told us, give me a call and I'll make sure that you have the seats. And that's not only for us, but that's for the other Indigenous services too. So, and he's held true to his word, I will say that. Yeah, so Minister Kersner, he's in charge of, he is the Solicitor General, so he is basically in charge of all the police services, So again, as in, when we need more seats, we've been able to get them at the police college. So it's not an issue for us getting more seats.
Is it like 20 or 30 or? I know you said that you can get more seats, but what's our standard kind of number for enrollment?
Yeah, the most we've had at the police college for us, I think the largest class we ever sent was over, I think, was 20 officers. At minimum over the last few intakes, we've been at least at minimum 10 officers, and as high as the 16. Yeah, so if we needed more seats, and I think for the 16 class we had looked at trying to hire 20 people, but we only were able to hire 16. But the ones those 4 that we were looking at were deferred to the next class. We just couldn't get them processed in time for that class. But Deputy, I think we have 12 right now, and then I think we're requesting the allocation for January is just recently, actually it hasn't come out yet. So for January, we are, again, we're going to ask for probably 15 to 20 seats and see if we can fill all of them. So we are working at it, and the seats are, if we need the increase, the Solicitor General is basically, if we don't get the seats, he said, just call me and I'll make sure you have them.
And then we also look after high school students from our communities. So I met your recruitment officer, Miles. Yeah. We'll be inviting them to our Home Away program at IFNA this sometime over the winter. See if we can get some young new people over there to join up.
Yeah.
And, thank you for your work. your report.
Thank you. Okay, hearing no questions? No. Yes.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the report on that very concise report on the yearly report. I had a question on the specifically on the station, the system. My report was that it seemed to be a long time, like people would, that's a complaint I got in a way, that it was a very long process to get an actual call in. I don't know if that's been addressed, that kind of thing has been addressed. I know you did mention it with somebody with the language in there, and it's very important that that officers get to destinations where they're called out as soon as possible. So that's one of the concern I have there, and how communities can improve that length of time is something that we can also address, with numbering of houses and lot identification, all that kind of stuff. So we need to do a little bit of work in the community too. And that was my one comment. Second comment was, getting to know the officers more. I know the two officers in my community. I know I started to get to know one pretty good, Alex, and the other one, I don't know if it's Andrew, but it's just placing the names to the officers since they come and go, and it'd be good to get to know them more better by regular meetings. I guess would probably be the only way to do that. So it would be good to just get to know them a little bit better, and and we're on the road too a lot, so it's something that we have to address there. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chief. And Rod, did you want to talk to the comm center?
Yes, I'll just mention that, I just wanted to mention that if any community has a incident where they feel that the response was wasn't appropriate, like as far as it wasn't fast enough, the nice thing is with that accountability, so if somebody comes to you and said, I called and the officers took 45 minutes to get there, if you were to just tell me what the call was, and so in other words, send me an email or send the chief or tell the officer to look into it. Like I said, everything's taped, so we can say, okay, the call came in and then they were dispatched at this time, and then the officer was at the scene at this point. We can actually track and see what exactly happened, and if it was delayed for some reason, we can give you an explanation, and more importantly, we can look at that and say, where did things fall down? So in other words, we can then track that and say, okay, there was either an issue with the information that came in, or there was a problem with the call taker to the dispatcher as far as relaying the information or the time that took, or there is a problem between the dispatcher and the officer, or the officer getting to the scene. So basically, we have that all cataloged, and we can track that down, give an explanation, and more importantly, determine how we can fix that problem. Because sometimes there are problems, and we can deal with them, but we have to be aware of them. And so if you do have something that comes from your community, let us know, and your community members will deal with it.
Okay, thanks for that, telling us about that process. But I did observe one time when the elder was calling in, and it was like two people talking different languages, and I guess for people that are not aware, or you have to give the specifics about the location and where and all that, you know, it's something that sometimes it can be hit or miss. So I think that's more specifically addressed to communications, like in culturally appropriate communications, you know. So I think language is something that has to be looked at too there. So I think that would improve things. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief. And you know what, the officers in your community, I'm glad that you're getting to know them, and I'm glad that with the new office there, that you know that's going to be a brand new office, going to be nice when it's finished, and looking forward to coming to see that office when it's all said and done. I know we have to get a lot of equipment and furniture up there for the residents and make them comfortable, and I know, you know, we're going to turn the keys for the residents that we're in back over to you, you know, back to your community. So it'll give you another house that you can give back to, you know, a community or family member. So, but certainly, we'll tell the officers to continue to come and see you or some of your council members at the band office, so you have that interaction with them.
Yes, thank you for that, mentioning the building. You know, it's really welcome to the community. Just some background on our community police station. We actually built our own police station with our own resources for close to 15 years. We just built that police station ourselves, and over time the design and probably you know, the facility became outdated. So it was really crucial that, you know, we're in receipt of a new building, and you know that's much appreciated for the safety of everybody involved, and also the comfort of the officers staying in the community for long periods. So it's an exciting time for us. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, there were two questions over here. Yeah, we'll go to,
Hello, everyone. My name is Jack Linklater Jr., Deputy Chief of Adawabskit, proxy for Chief Sylvia Gustajan. I just want to, like everyone else, you know, we have our concerns with the comm center. You know, I understand that the comm center is for the police officer safety, but what about we're missing out on the community member safety? You know, I disagree that it has to go through the OPP, and that way I think it should be community-based, where we have, you know, look at something where we can have like someone in our communities, you know, who understands the language, and you know, we can have one central, like each community. You know, there's 34 communities we serve. Maybe we can, you know, as chiefs, negotiate with the government or something. But I only say this because the comm center, you know, it doesn't work for my community of Adawabskit, and like the Mushkegowuk communities as well. I mean, some of your communities too. You know, there's an incident that we had, a fatality in May 2022, where a lady was deceased. You know, and there's discrepancies out of the comm center. You know, we got the transcript from that comm center, and the timings is all wrong. You know, because it's all wrong. You know, Adawabskit Fire Department, there's 3 reports that were made, the Snabi Fire Department and the comm center. All of their timings are wrong. The only report that's really fits the timing, which is backed up by video footage, is the fire department. You know, the comm center says the firefighters were on scene at 7:01 a.m., but really the fire department were on scene at 5:45, because I know, because I was there. I was the first one on scene, and I was actually the person who brought that lady out of that burning house. I'm a volunteer fire department, and you know, because I know this comm center doesn't work for our communities because, you know, NAPS, when you call the comm center, you have to call the ambulance from where we are, or either you call the ambulance and they dispatch NAPS. But the fire department were on scene alone for 40 to 45 minutes. And by the time that lady was already taken to the hospital, which was pronounced dead short minutes after. So things like that, you know, there's a lot of these cases where I'm from, not Wabasket. The comm center just doesn't work. It doesn't work for our First Nations communities, you know. You know, I think we're missing out on the culturally appropriate for our First Nations communities. You know, where I feel like we're stepping away from our mission statement as Adwabsket, you know, as Adwabsket leadership. That's what we feel. That's what we feel like it's going, because, you know, for example, this legislation as well, you know, there's no treaty rights or rights in there. But like I said, going back to the comm center, it doesn't work. We need to find better solutions where it goes directly to our communities and NAPS. Thank you.
No, I appreciate your comments, Deputy Chief, and certainly I know we've had previous discussion on this, and certainly when we look at the comm center, we would love to have the ability to operate our own dispatch system. We would. When we look at the OPP right now, is that it is a system, they already have that infrastructure. They have all the people in place to do that already. And one of the biggest things that we've heard through meetings since the comm center has come in, the biggest complaint that we've had was the inability for the comm center to provide the language that our communities speak. You know, so we're hoping that through their process that they will be able to provide that ability so that people can, when they call in, they be able to talk to a person who can speak Cree, talk to a person who can speak Ojibwe, talk to a person who can speak OG Cree. So we've, you know, it is, I hear you in that it would be nice for us too. You know, honestly, I know that over in the Cree Nation of Quebec, that they do their own dispatching. They were just starting to do that when we visited them in 2019. They were just setting things up, and that is something that we haven't been able to follow up with them yet because of obviously COVID. But we know that they are going to be coming to see us. We want to see how, because we've helped them with some of their, you know, some of the things that such as human resources, you know, so we shared with them. But we want to hear back from them too, to hear how their comm center is going. You know, if it is the direction of the chiefs that, you know, to go after our own comm center, then, you know, but in the end, that's going to have to be something that's going to have to be agreed upon, and we're going to have to go out and get it. But in the interim, you know, this is what we have right now. Is it the? I know it's not ideal, but it's in the interim. It has to be. We have to rely on them, and hopefully with, you know, getting the people who can speak the language, that it'll be easier for people to call in as soon as that call is answered, you know, it's Wache Bonjour, you know, it's, you know, they know right away that they're talking to a person who can speak the language. But I know it would be nice for us to have our own dispatching call taking. It's just that there's a lot of requirements that have to go into it, and a lot of money as well. But we know it's a requirement under the legislation. In order for us to go under the legislation quicker, it was the best way for us, you know, to do this. Okay. But certainly, thank you very much, Deputy Chief. I know we still have to have some conversation about that particular incident, and we're still going to have that. Okay. But I hear you in terms of the comm center and the language barrier that it presents. Okay. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, my name is Wayne Brown. I'm a proxy for Chief Lefty Kamnawadman from Bearskin Lake, Ontario, Canada. While we're on the subject with the Calm Center here, my community is struggling with this program we're trying to run in the community. We have problems with it, like for example, there was an incident that just happened recently, and we tried to call the police to come over quickly. There was this young girl that was in distress. He was trying to harm herself or harm somebody else, the parents, and the response time was 25 to 30 minutes, and that's too long because that cop would have driven there. It'll take him about a minute or two to reach that building, and then that's the struggle that we have. Those magnetic telephone numbers are not effective, even though they're distributed on every household. I think there needs to be more teaching and awareness on this system here that we're trying to do. That's the problem that we're having. And even now that we had to ask that officer that didn't respond fast enough to leave the community. So that's the problem we're having with that program. And thank you for the report. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Proxy Brown. Deputy, do you record that? Maybe we can bring that up with Inspector Ross. Okay, certainly we want to look into what you reported there. If the officer was working, if the officer was working 25 to 30 minutes, that is too long. Like, I will say that it is a little too long.
And this system may have been compromised when he said that all calls are answered. There's a member in the community that had called that number and there was never an answer.
Well, allow us to look into this incident and we'll report back to you. We'll get in touch with, just need more information first and we'll report back. Okay. Yeah. Chief Wesley?
Chief Wesley Catholic. I forgot what I was going to say. I think what I wanted to talk about was just an observation, a reminder, if you will, that I think I want to remind the board, the Deputy Grand Chief, and yourself, that our communities take over certain activities in our communities with the thought of being self-governing, to control something for their benefit and well-being. So we take over these organizations, or we undertake to develop organizations, NAPS being one of them. And then you have Tikanaga, and then you have that and that. But what always happens is the governance aspect gets thrown under the bus, and we no longer have control of that organization for our well-being and benefit. Instead, what happens is unions, corporate law takes precedence, HR laws takes precedence, and our governance gets pushed to the wayside, and it becomes meaningless. And what happens is you have these communities talking about comm centers when the very basic principle of communication from the leadership to their peacekeeping force gets done away with. That's all we want is ability to be able to contact our peacekeeping. I need you at the airplane because I have drugs coming in. It's simple. I should have the ability to be able to call my officer on his phone and say, hey, I need you here. And that officer responds in 2 minutes as opposed to 25, 30 minutes. And that's the situation that the communities are in, is you've taken away that leader, peacekeeper connection. And that's really all it is. Fortunately for me, I've been able to have a workaround with my sergeant, which I believe is being transferred to Sandy Lake. So I'll have to reestablish another relationship with another incoming sergeant. So I have that ability to be able to call my officers, hey, I need you at the plane because I've got 10 pounds of methamphetamines coming in. You understand what I'm saying, what the problem is? That needs to be brought back. And this just always happens in each of our organizations, is that our governance is forgotten. And in corporate law and union policies and all that take precedence. And I just become a talking piece. I don't have any effect as a leader because those things circumvent my authority as a chief. And I basically have no say what goes on in my community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
No, Chief, thank you very much for your comments. I know that you're a big proponent on, on nation building and governance and that, and certainly, I hear your frustration. I do. And when we look at how our officers were dispatched, you had to call the office, the local number, and it would ring through to their phone. So you always had the ability to call and get to a NAPS officer rather than going through the comm center. But again, I know that ideally this is probably, for us to get under legislation, if we were to take this on right now to go after our own comm center and run it through NAPS and employ NAN people, we would probably be looking at another 5-7 years before we can go under that legislation because of the training involved to train a call taker dispatcher. Rod, we're looking at what, a minimum of 18 months, and you have to do the call taking? Yeah, and that's just to do the call taking part. The dispatching is, you have to graduate from the call taking first before you can go on to the dispatching. So again, these are some of the complexities around the comm center system that, in order for us to get to get to the end goal of being legislated, if we were to look at this, it would delay going under the legislation. It would delay getting the infrastructure that we need to house our people. It would delay getting more officers, because then we would have to do it through negotiations. So Chief Wesley, I hear your frustration, and certainly I know that you call, Kyle directly. He informs us of that, and I know it's not ideal, but we want to make sure that each call that comes in for our officers to get dispatched, because when you look at what Rod was saying before, if there is a critical call and you know that, hey, I'm going to go to a weapons call, if you're not from that community, if you're an officer just filling in, because we do have vacancies, we have officers that fill in. If you have a new officer that fills into your community and they don't know your community members, and a weapons call comes in, or there's a domestic violence call, say, for example, and they don't know who the people that they're involved in, or who that's involved with the call, they can get the comm center to provide information about the individuals right away. So if you have a person by the name of, say, John Smith, you know, and you have to go to that call, well, if you're that new officer or an officer filling in, you can ask comm center, hey, has there been a call to this address before? And they can say yes or no. If there was yes, okay, what kind of call? Well, there was a domestic violence here before. Okay, can you tell me who was involved? And can you tell me if they were charged before? Are they on conditions? Well, as you're going to that call, the dispatcher can tell you all this information so that when you arrive, the officer knows that, hey, this person's already been charged, they're on conditions, and if that person committed anything, you know that that's arrestable right away. So this information, again, I'm just, these are just examples of what a comm center, the ability that it can do. And so any delay that we would have with the comm center process will prevent us from going under the legislation. So I just want to give you that example. And Chief Leslie, I certainly, you know, I hear your comments about you know, contacting officers directly. So certainly, and I, you know, thank you very much for that. I know Constable Grudinsky or Sergeant Grudinsky in your community is, I know he tries to appease, work hard with you and your leadership. So, but your comments are noted. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. I understand where where the concern is coming from. I agree with them, but what I heard a concern in my community too, but now that is the permanent system that we were going to be working with. So what I would ask is I know the community wouldn't be able to understand it, but I think if we could have a meeting with the community to explain why the system is there, then they would be able to understand what it is. But at the same time, I know the safety is being compromised because of the system. That's what I heard from the other speakers that spoke up against it. So even though I heard about this many times, because the community would like to call the officers direct from them. That's what I heard. Now it's a permanent system. I think you need to go to the community and explain that to them and the reason behind it. That's what I'm requesting. Thanks.
Yep. Certainly, when we will be glad to come to your community to make that presentation. Okay. Okay. After Howard Comber first. Okay.
Thank you. Bozadi Kangumakan. I'm Chief Poplar Hill First Nations. On page 53, you have a partnership with Canada Post in 2022. It says that we have a memorandum of understanding. The continue building an intelligence, relationship, enhancing. Is there, in my community, they're starting to call the post office Manitoba's second liquor mart. And it's not really a joke when I hear them say that, but it's really difficult because that's the way alcohol is getting in. And I'm sure the drugs are just right behind it, not on top. Is there a way or is there a process without offending Canada Post or the government of Canada to not allow these type of things to come through? We tried opening them, and then NAPS come along and said, the next one you open, you can be charged and sentenced to 15 years for touching Canada Post property. So is there a way that can be better handled, or is there a way around that?
Chief,
The other thing that happened was the residents of the Northern Store manager, people thought he had alcohol, he had taken a packet that contained alcohol from the post office, and then they went and destroyed his residence. So, the second residence, it just break and enter, because they thought there was something there, but there was nothing there. It's all in the post office. So, I don't know how to do it. Just wondering. People are getting concerned, and it is very hard on the community.
Chief Comber, I think that is a very interesting question. Okay? I honestly don't know, but we'll look into it. We'll see what we can do with Canada Post. I know we do have that, again, the memorandum of understanding, and we provide them with the ability to scan. We give them the equipment to scan packages going north, and they move that equipment to various, either to the northeast side or to the northwest side. And it's, I know they just replaced the person, like many other big government institutions. You get a relationship with the person that's leading it, and that person that we had that relationship has moved on. So we have to reestablish that relationship with that individual and see if we can, work around with what you're presenting there. And so, Chief, we'll get back to you with your question that you've asked. Okay. No, I think it's more Canada Post. Yeah, it'd be more Canada Post because it's the packages that are coming through Canada Post. If we know that the packages contain illegal substances that are prohibited in your community, then why are they even sending it? So that's we'll ask that question to them, Chief. Okay.
Yeah, we are conducting more training with our Canada Post employees in the communities. We brought this up with the Canada Post, with Canada Post, because people that work for the post office in our communities, they don't really know the process either. So we requested training for our employees that work for Canada Post. Like the chief said, we have a couple scanners that are set up that do scan some of the packages. It's not full time, but they use it when they see necessary. The postmaster also can receive, if you have an item in the post office that you think is carrying contraband, instead of opening it, send it back to Canada Post or let our officers know, and we'll send it back, and then it will be searched by the postmaster. So we are.
We tried that, and then the Northern Store runs the post office. They wrote us a letter saying they don't want their managers be involved for safety concerns. So, just like what happened to the residents, they smashed it.
Yeah, okay.
It's a big issue. I recognize that. I'm sure every community is encountering it.
But we are in negotiations, and unfortunately, Superintendent Deuce is not here, but he's the guy that's kind of spearheading that. So we are working with Canada Post. We know it's a real problem in our communities, and we're trying our best to figure out ways of doing it. So it's ongoing, and we'll have more to report. And I'll also talk to Superintendent Deuce to see if there's any new movement on that topic. So thank you.
Yeah, Chief, we'll get back to you with that question. Okay.
So the floor recognizes Chief Wesley, and then we're going to go to you next and to that side next.
I just wanted to encourage our chief there. Last week, the SLIFNA Chiefs and Assembly passed a resolution, declaration of public mental health and addictions and social emergency. Following presentation of a mental health report, we've had to undertake the development of that report because we weren't able to substantiate numbers to justify funding of mental health programs, treatment programs, things to that effect for our region. So we spent about a year and a half or so developing this report. And one of the things that I've said is that we need to eliminate silos of our organization so that we are able to better share information across organizations. And I noticed that in your report you have a certain number for sudden deaths. You have a certain number for mental health calls and other numbers involving certain mental health activities. It would be useful that you were to share information with SLIFNA as an example and their technicians so that those numbers are incorporated in the overall mental health report for the SLIFNA catchment area. Because things like that are useful for NAPS as well when they're dealing with Form 1 issues. Is one of the biggest problems that NAPS has a barrier, faces as a barrier, is the Form 1 process with the medical community. So, contributing to that mental health report would be very useful for NAPS as well in order for them to address their Form 1 issue with mental health patients, especially when you're now dealing with issues involving meth and identification of psychosis, which is very, very difficult. You mentioned house fires, and I'm just going to quickly share a story here about psychosis and how difficult it is to identify it when you're high on meth. A person actually burnt their house, but this took place over a few months, maybe it's 4 months, I believe. And this person was saying that the neighbor was threatening to murder them and kill her children and all that. And we believed her. The neighbor got arrested, and ultimately the neighbor's house got burnt down by this person because we didn't understand what psychosis is. And NAPS, Sergeant Gudniski and staff don't understand psychosis. So we ended up arresting the wrong person. Got thrown in jail, their house got burnt down, and so, that's just an example. That's some of the mental health issues. But I want to stress to you that you're able to work with the other organizations so we can all understand what the mental health situation is in our region. And that way, the SLIFNA chiefs can then lobby the appropriate ministries in the federal, provincial governments for action that we really, really need in our organizations like NAPS and in our communities. So I'm encouraging that you work with our organizations with this information. Yes.
Yeah, Chief Wesley, and this goes for any chiefs and any other NAN organizations. If you require statistics for any funding proposals, contact us. We will release our statistics for your region, for your community, or for whatever, catchment area, if it's the Matawa tribal area, if it's KO, if it's our individual community, Sandy Lake. Chief Wesley, these stats are coming from our communities, and they're your stats as well. So, you know, SLIFNA we would gladly share all the information about the SLIFNA communities and the stats regarding mental health, regarding the drugs, sexual assaults. These are stats that we can share to provide to our communities to go after the funding if they need it, you know, because I know many communities, they implement programs and to back up, you know, their requests, they need that data, and we'd be glad to share the data. And that goes for any community within NAN, especially the communities that we police. We'd be glad to share that information. Yeah, and Chief Wesley, you know what, if you know, if you want to, we can turn those stats over to you and you can turn it over to SLIFNA, or if SLIFNA wants to invite us, we'd be glad to come and provide these statistics. We'd be glad to. Yeah.
Floor recognizes Chief of Deer Lake.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Roland. My name is Leonard Mamkich, Chief of Deer Lake. I had more of a jurisdiction question. And I think you're aware when things will happen off the reserve, NAPS can't help, right? And I wanted to know how can we change this, whether you have a policy change or part of your legislation. Because the situation, I think you're aware of this, we called for your assistance when there was a plane load of alcohol and narcotics coming in, and NAPS refused to help us because we're not trained for that stuff, you know. And what happens, and I did recall talking to NAPS, even if we caught those narcotics and stuff, they cannot be charged, right, because of a change of hands. So there's a lot of stuff that we were struggling with when I called your Larry Ross that time, you know, and we did, and the stuff was gone by the time we got there. You know, my council shouldn't be put in that position when NAPS is there for our protection, right? You know, and another part is they refused to help. They said because it was a liability off the reserve. They were offering to help. Okay, when they come into the reserve. That's not acceptable, right? Stuff are going to be gone, you know. They're going to wait at the edge of the reserve if they drive in, you know. There's a lot of variables that can happen. And then to answer another one, when they said that, I talked to Larry and I said, my airport is off the reserve, and you guys still go over there. What was the difference, you know? So, and what happens if that's just the alcohol and drug component? The other component is, what happened if there's a missing person, right? More serious occurrence. Do you guys gonna wait at the edge of the reserve? Right? There's a lot of components to that when you guys cannot go off the reserve and help. And that is what my council wanted me to relate today. You know? Thank you.
No, Chief, you're right when you look at, in terms of the comparisons of, you know, the drug search and the missing person, you know, that comparison. We would still, you know, take all the information about the missing person that's off reserve and still try to do something with it. And same with the drugs and alcohol. We should try to do something with that information that you bring forward. Deputy, can we talk with Inspector Ross when Inspector Ross is here this week? We have our meetings going on. And just so you know that I told our supervisors that are here, they're at the Valhalla this week. They know that we're here having this meeting with our communities. And I said, what's being brought up here will be brought up with them tomorrow. Okay, so some of this stuff we will pull, you know, we'll have to work with our sergeants. We'll have to make sure that we will give them a broad, you know, feedback about what was talked about here, but also, you know, the specifics, some of our communities and the specifics that you have, we'll make sure that those supervisors and those regions are aware of what the specific requests have been and questions from today. So Chief, we will certainly follow up with what you've said there, and, you know, a person that's missing off reserve, yeah, we would absolutely do everything that we can to find that person. Okay. So, and I think when you tie in the drugs and alcohol there, you know, so there's something there. Maybe we have to look at, Deputy, we may have to look at how we're gonna, you know, respond to these types of calls that are coming in from off reserve that especially when they're so close to our communities. So Chief, thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you, Roland, yeah. I mentioned that, I'm sure every reserve, every community goes through what I go through, right? You know, there's off-reserve stuff that happens, you know, our people are off-reserve most of the time when they go boating, you know, what happens. You know, even with my peacekeepers, they cannot take the drugs and alcohol, they can, but they don't get charged, right? That's the dilemma we have.
But actually, you know what, if the person, we're gonna have to, because I know what the situation with your community, you know, the airport off reserve, but Fort Albany, their airport's off reserve, and we lay charges there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's working in Fort Albany.
Yeah.
In fact, that we just got notice from the sergeant over there that they intercepted drugs coming off the plane, and that the airport is off reserve.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, but naps have to be present though, that's what I'm saying. With
Yeah.
My peacekeepers, sound alcohol, and, drugs, and if they touch it or change hands, there's a little discrepancies there with charging them, right? That's
Yeah,
the hard part.
We'll talk to you more about how the charges can be still laid
Okay.
after, you know, community searchers, you know, find drugs on people, okay?
Thank you. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I'm sure every community goes through what I'm going through.
Okay, but certainly, thank you very much, Chief. Yeah.
So the question that's been presented is, does Crime Stoppers cover First Nation communities?
Yes, 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 they do. So certainly, you know, they do, and I guess in order for Crime Stoppers, they require information about the person who is calling in. They need information to get them rewarded. So, but we do take Crime Stopper information. Okay.
Okay, so the floor recognizes.
I think we had Chief Loon over here too.
Okay, we have, he was first, then we're going to go to Loon, and then we're going to go to you. Okay, Pinto.
Hello, Wache. My name is Paul Wesley, and I'm from Mattawamscut First Nation. I'm with council, with the leadership. I'm with my deputy chief here today, and I want to talk about. You guys mentioned about recruitment, and you guys say you guys mentioned that you've been looking for local people that you know, looking for local people to hire within NAPS, and you know, I have been talking how last time we met, I gave you about 5-6 people, and you know, there's more than that now. Now, the way it looks, the way I talk to the people, the young people that, you know, that finished high school and that went to police college, you know, the police foundations course they took, they feel uncomfortable now because not working with NAPS. They don't want to work with NAPS anymore because the way they said it's turning, the table is turning. It's not for indigenous Aboriginal people. It's more like non-indigenous, and they feel that you know, and most of the young people I talked to, they said, I thought NAPS were supposed to be, you know, for the local people, for indigenous people that speak the language. I thought that's what they've been telling me is, you know, that's what the purpose of NAPS is for. Now everything's changing. It's, you know, they're saying it's all Mishtukashok, white people. And I said, just keep on applying. And most of them, majority of them, said they've been applying 4 times. Every time they see a post, 3 times, 2 times, they applied. Not even a response. Not even saying, hey, we have your application, it's in a process. Not even an email, you know? And I feel You know, when the first time NAPS came to our communities, they hired locals. It was good. Now it's dissolving. You know, we're losing our officers that are getting old or moving away because, you know, for other things. And now, you know, nobody wants to work with NAPS because of the way it looks, you know. And I keep telling them, just keep on applying. Like I said, keep on applying, keep trying. But that's the thing. There was no response. What's wrong with that part? What's wrong with that process? You know, there's a lot of kids I talked to in high school almost finishing this year, even last year. I want to go in policing, and I say apply. They say the same thing. I don't know if I want to apply because I'm not white. My name is Taguso. You know, and it hurts. It does hurt. You know, and we're talking about language barriers. You know, for our elders that talking about the comm center. You know, and it says that you know, as a community leadership, we try to do our best to help our young people or middle-aged people to, you know, trying to go where they want to go, but there's a gap. You know, how do we fix that gap? You know, and I haven't seen a response that I'm still waiting for a response from you that we talked about almost a year ago, and there's no feedback. Thank you.
Was that on the applicants, the response? Yeah, I'll have to check. I mean, honestly, I'll have to check. Because sometimes when applications come through, especially when it's, like honestly, some of the documents are missing. Some of our people don't have all the required documents. They need transcripts from high school. They need to get first aid. So when they don't have that stuff, we can't process that. They have to get that stuff first before they can, you know, we want to encourage them to have all the information. So when you look at, you know, what's on the website, you know, it states out pretty clearly what they're supposed to have, you know, so, you know, so sometimes there's delays in terms of the information, missing information. Even, you know, if you don't have a driver's license, you know, you have to go out and get the test. If you don't have first aid, sometimes you have to go out and get it. We sometimes even have to offer that training. You know, so it's because some of our people, there's no first aid training, and that's a requirement. You know, and there's no first aid training in many of our communities. So these are barriers, not only the language, but it's, you know, it's some of these are just hardships for some of our people to get. But what I'll do is that I'll make sure that, you know, Deputy will follow up with our recruitment. You know, our recruitment sergeant is in our meetings this week. We'll ask him, okay, has there been anyone from Attawapiskat that's been applying? And we'll see who has applied from Attawapiskat. Okay, I'll get you that list who's applied.
Yeah. Okay. You're talking about requirements, and I would say maybe about 4 or 5 of them have requirements. They have the, you know, the first aid, the CPR, and then the 3 of them went to took police foundations. You know, what kind of requirements do they need? You know, that's the thing. They've been applying for the past 6-7 years ago. They've been applying every time they see a post. Oh, I'm going to try it again. 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 So, you know what I mean? And they still don't get a feedback. Not even saying, like I said, not even saying, oh, I got your application. It's in a process. We'll get back to you.
Yep.
Not even a word like that. Also, that I talked to the local police that are in my community, and they say they're overworked, overtired, because there's only two or 3 of them, and they always ask for more officers, you know, come in, take over, but they're tired. majority, how they said the majority too is they have to guard. They have to guard. And then if they can't find a guard, they have to sit there and guard. And they can't perform their other work-related duties. And I asked them what's required to get a guard, and they said, you're gonna have to have first aid, all the requirements for a guard to have. And that's the thing. They have a hard time getting a guard, and they're overtired, they're overwhelmed. Like you said too, like an officer said, I'm tired, 30 hours of work, I'm still tired, I'm the only one here. That's how they're feeling, And he said, there's only there's three of us right now. He said, one's leaving within 2 days, there's only gonna be two of us. What happens, and he says, what happens if something bad happens, like somebody there's a gun raid, there's only two of them. What happens then? Majority in other communities, they have more than 4 or 5 officers, and we're looking at 1 or 2 in almost each whole community. That's the thing. I don't know how much officers do you need per reserve. That's my question. How many requirements does a community needs to have the amount of police in the community?
So your community it has 2 sergeants and 12 constables. That's on paper. That's what we're supposed to have in Attawapiskat. And as you see from my presentation, that we have various, we have officers that are injured on the job. Some that are off on other forms of leave. Some of them do get have items or issues that they have to deal with away from work. So they take short-term or short-term leave. Or again, so when we have that, we just don't have anyone in the background to replace people when they go off, because they're assigned to that community. And to bring in other officers from other communities, that we would have to, the regions do that, but when you look at the Northeast region, the communities that are situated along the coast, they're all very big and busy communities. So to fill those vacancies, we'd have to draw, and I'll tell you, our overtime budget far exceeds what we're supposed to, what we're allotted for, because we are paying officers pre-approved overtime. It's a standing order right now for many of our communities, for many of our regions, offer overtime to fill the vacancies. But still, we do get some that fill, but some of them work seven days out of their 14 days off. So we do have people that fill in, but they're also burning themselves out. When it comes to guarding, yes, we are short guards across all our communities, and we pay. Jason, what are we paying? $25 an hour. $25 an hour for guarding. And for many of our communities, for our community members, it's not a very intensive job. You sit there and watch a monitor, because all our cells have video. So they don't have to go physically. They just check on the video. So it's not a very intensive job. And in some of our communities, our guards are making full-time hours. I know in Mishkegogumang, our guards there are, they're on an all-call basis, but we call them in so much that they're working full-time hours. So we have paying jobs for our people, our community members, and one of them is guarding. And we can't even fill that. It's not a hard job. Many people are spending time on their computers anyway. You can spend time on the computer at our office and do guarding. $25 an hour. And I think we even talked about raising it up to $30. We can't even get people to come and guard for $30, for $25. That's a good paying job. even if you weren't in our communities.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing. Majority of it is you know, it's the requirements they need. It's just, you know, first aid and CPR.
Yeah,
But the majority, when that comes around in each community, it's already full. You know, there are only limited seats, and we're trying to get more and more people, to have an instructor to come back again, but he's always, you know, backed up. Well, thank you for your answers there, Chief.
Yeah, and you know what, Paul, I'll get that list from you to see if we've had anyone from Attawapiskat apply, okay? I'll get that list for you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Proxy, for your comments. Go to Chief Loon.
Chief Loon from Mushkegowuk. First off, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. Yourself, Chief Owen Morrison, your lawyer there, Faulkner, and everybody that gave a presentation regarding NAPS and operations and things moving forward as a policing agency. I don't really have a question per se. I think I'm more of a comment, if not a direction, if you will, in the sense of the Nishnawbe Police Service and Nan Nation as a whole, and me sitting here as a chief. I'm 1 month into being a chief for Mushkegowuk, and I have a lot to learn, and I have a lot of questions. And I'm not going to be afraid to ask those questions. Some of them are going to be tough questions. But some of these questions I will bring up is probably just simply because I don't know and I need to learn. But coming from a policing background, I was a police officer for Nishnawbe Police for almost 25 years. September 3rd would have been 25 years, but the good Lord and the Creator chose another route for me, and I'm sitting here as a chief today. But when I first started my policing career back in 1998, the whole purpose of me signing up to be a police officer was to serve my people. And I still, throughout my years of service, stuck to that. And as we moved along and grew as an agency and grew as a nation, I often wondered, along with some colleagues of mine, and one that we just laid to rest yesterday. He was a good friend, he was a good colleague, he was a brother. We had visions of how do we make our service better to work and protect our people. And I'm going to be honest, somewhere along the line, I found we lost that vision, not just as Nishnawbe Police Service, but also Nan Nation, that the government and legislation guidelines were dictating on how we are as a nation or even as a police service. And there's a lot of examples that we could probably point out of how that vision was lost. I mean, just to comment on one of those aspects would be where I would say that roughly 85 to 90% of our police service is non-Indigenous. And that's an issue, because how are we to expect our officers to police our communities not knowing our culture and traditional beliefs and ways of doing things? We go right down to the comm center issue. You know, and echoing Chief Wesley's comments there on how we work as a self-governing aid within our own communities. You know, that connection is lost between our police officers and their leadership, where it is back in the old days when I was policing, yeah, I made it a point to go and talk to the leadership of the community, not just to the leadership of the community, but also the community as a whole, because I believe in the community policing. That's why I signed up to be a police officer. And in the end, I didn't consider myself a police officer, because at the end of the day, I wasn't a Shamaganish, I wasn't a soldier. I wasn't a person, that takeaway person, which means a person that takes away a person. No. The way I understood it was I was a peacekeeper, and that was my job, and as part of the community. Yeah, that's what I carried as a police officer throughout my years. And I guess really what I really want to bring up now is when we talk about legislation and opting into legislation, yeah, we had to follow those guidelines and those requirements that we have to follow to be a effect or a essential service. But I really, really want to stress to our fellow chiefs here and to anybody that's listening or maybe feels the same way I do. We can't forget the whole reason why, when we talk about this police service, why our forefathers and our elders of the past saw this vision that we need our own police service. Because honestly, I think we lost it. We don't utilize some of our teachings. We don't utilize some of our cultural ways of dealing with our internal issues sometimes. We don't. And sometimes that affects us and how we provide our service to our people. Now that I'm sitting here as a chief, I will raise those issues and I will challenge as much as I can the legislative process or the governments that we have to almost beg to take care of our people. But when it comes to policing, I just want the board to recognize, to always keep in mind, we have to somehow implement our ways in our culture to what we're going to put forward, that we're going to follow as an agency or even as a nation. And again, with the comments that were made on Comm Center, I understand why that's so important. It becomes an issue of protection and accountability and transparency, but at the same time, a lot of our First Nations are feeling it's not quick enough when they need help right now. So obviously there's ways that we need to work on that. I know the interpretation part of things is an ongoing thing, and eventually, hopefully, we got a list of people that will help out interpret for our people calling in, because sometimes it's just not, they get impatient and they want somebody now, but they'd rather not be answering 10,000 questions before they get service. I get the point behind asking the questions too. I get it. I was a police officer. But at the end, on the other side of things, yeah, the people want that connection, if you will. And right now, having that, sometimes that connection is not there anymore. It's been lost. And even now, when I had two young officers come to my office the other day, it's the first time I purposely didn't go to them. I purposely didn't go to them to say, hey, how you doing? I'm Merle, Chief of Mushkegowuk, and I've been a police officer with you guys for 24 years. No, I wanted to see how long it would take them to come and see me. It took them a month. And I saw them outside their police detachment parked every day. I understand why they're parked outside there every day. Yeah, they got work to catch up because they're short-staffed. But that's the part of policing I think we've lost. Our police officers are out in the community making that connection with the community. And that's why the reason is because cultural sensitive training lacks, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, I think so. But coming from First Nation, I knew I made a point that I had to introduce myself to the leadership. So I think moving forward with the police service, we really need to add in that cultural sensitive training, and reminding our officers that you really need to make connection with the leadership. I could go on and on, but I just wanted to add that, just make that comment. Megos, thank you for listening to me.
Chief Loon, thank you very much for those comments, and I echo them. I do. What Chief Loon said about, our service and what our service is comprised of, the nationalities that we have. Yeah, we have moved away. And it wasn't on purpose. It wasn't on purpose. When you look at our vacancies and the challenges that we have in our communities, we would love to put we would love to have all Indigenous officers. We would. We definitely would, policing our communities. And when you look at our numbers now, yeah, we used to be around 50%, 50-50 for a while, and then now it's moving more toward non-Indigenous. And one of the things that we have to weigh as leaders and management is that, do we wait for the Indigenous people to apply, or do we fill the ranks with people who are applying? Just so that we can meet the needs of the communities. And those are things that we have to weigh. Do we wait for our people to apply and continue to have vacancies, or do we fill the vacancies with people who are applying and making sure that we still attract Indigenous people? So those are things that we have to weigh. And Chief Lewin, I thank you very much for the comments, and and just welcome that. And I know we've worked together for a number of years, and we have shared that same vision about policing our communities and who should be policing our communities. So thank you very much for your comments, Chief.
Okay, so Proxy Warren Hardesty had his hand up from Moose Creek, but he had to leave for another meeting. But for the record, I wanted to read his comments. So what he was recommending is a resolution to support the development of a working relationship and protocols for working with local peacekeepers and patrol programs. That was the first recommendation he's making. The second one was a resolution to support for NAP's protocol with other police services regarding release and transition of officers to other police services, vice versa, chiefs. And the following one is resolution, chiefs and proxies to support Bill S 256 to establish Canada Post Safety Act, allows for seizures at Canada Post. And those are recommendations made by Proxy Warren Hardesty.
Thank you very much. I know I'm going to see, we're up in Moose Cree on Saturday, so definitely we'll look to, I'll talk to this when we're up there. I know Deputy Grand Chief she wanted to make some comments.
Okay. Deputy.
First of all, I just want to thank all the comments, suggestions, concerns that were brought by the leadership here. That's why, Anishinaabe Police felt it was very important that they have, their own AGM so that we could have these discussions and information sharing. And so thank you, leadership, for your comments. I just have a few comments as well. Our the mission statement is on the front of the report, and and some of the comments that you made, really do reflect that we have moved away from that particular mission statement, and I thank you for the comments made about the jurisdiction and also the inclusion of our treaty rights within the legislation, and also having that that community-based relationship with the police officers, and how that should be mandatory in their training and orientation. So we have board members here that have heard the comments. We have our chief of police and our deputy chief and other Anishinaabe police staff. We have our legal counsel here. We have our elder advisor as well that will that have heard the comments. And I just wanted to add a few things, comments as well. you see that there is a high number of mental health incidents. And, you know, we have noted that, and you know, we are moving towards ensuring that our officers do get training. But there has to be some training and awareness at the community level as well. And Chief Wesley, you know, used an example there. And we'll certainly ensure that that whatever resources are available is shared with the community, because we know that some of these incidents are relating to also individuals that have special needs or autism that might be misinterpreted as aggressive behavior. So, you know, there has to be a lot of education and awareness on that, and so we have made note of that. And also, leadership, I wanted to mention, we do have some inquests as well that provides evidence and documentation that we need to, that communities and organizations and police services need to implement. And so we can utilize those particular recommendations, like when we go and apply for funding, you know, to ensure that we can access mental health services and resources. The most recent one was that we heard the inquest of Moses Amick of Nibenavik, and he was an individual who had who was suffering from schizophrenia, and he was, you know, didn't have the resources to help him in the community, and eventually Moses was taken to the Thunder Bay District Jail, where he ended up taking his life. And that inquest lasted for 16 days. And there was a lot of information and evidence put forward. And we're happy, we can share that information with you if you require that. And there's also other inquests as well that can help you with that. So those are the comments that I wanted to add and to make, and we will also ensure that the recruitment process is looked at, and that you know that we do have to make a lot of we have to do a lot of work on that. It certainly will be a priority, and we will certainly ensure that we work together to address that. So thank you for providing me with this time to make some comments. English.
Thank you, Deputy, for your comments. So the floor is open. Go to Chief Delores from Sandy Lake.
Bonjour. I just wanted to make a few comments as well. Again, I don't have much use for the comm center, as well as I concur with all Magay Kadwaj, how it's not useful. Well, it's useful, but I guess everybody has to learn how to use it. And I was hoping getting response time. I want to talk a little bit about your response time when it comes to unexpected deaths, or when it comes to autopsies, when it comes to an investigation. The response time is still not there. Sometimes I have a lifeless body just waiting for 24 hours, if maybe more, and you can't move him or her. And I was just hoping to hear that some of these surpluses I'm hearing would be used for some of our suggestions like even hiring a clerk to relieve the calls sometimes at our dispatchments. So which there is solutions, there is ideas out there if we seek them out. And kakadaj about Deer Lake Chief kakadaj about NAP's jurisdiction. When we lost a hunter in the bush, we were told that's OPP jurisdiction. So what are you supposed to do? And then the other counselors asked, well, what do we do? I said, we're not waiting for OPP, let's go. And we found him several days later. But unfortunately, he had already passed from Higmshkakadich. But yeah, so the last thing, oh no, two more things. Under your intel unit seizures, where does Percocets fall into this, all these, because Percocets is a big item, like $60, $80 a piece, and I don't see them in the, so I'm just wondering where they fall under: cocaine, crack, whatever, hydromorphine. I know I don't see it in here, but is it called something else why it's not in here? And lastly, I was at the AGM for health last week, and Wagagi Kadich, the new CEO, I guess, she said, you can't change what you don't, what did she say? What you don't control. So I found that her opening like very interesting to say that, because we know how much problems there are in the health systems as well. And I don't see you guys working together, like sharing information. Are you guys all working in silos just like the rest of us? You know. But anyway, it's getting late. I wish everybody a good evening.
Yeah, Chief, certainly when it comes to some of the admin positions you talk about, that is something that we've identified that we're going to need. Because when I look at some of our larger communities, such as not only your community, Mishkagogama, Moose Cree, Attawapiskat, Kashechewan, when you go to these communities and you visit these attachments, and I'm not saying it happens in other communities, but in those particular communities, because of how large they are, that being in those detachments and sitting with the officers, their phone rings all the time on the internal lines, you know, and sometimes they can't, you know, you're trying to talk to them and they got to go, hold on, you know, and then so that shows that, you know, we in our larger communities we do need admin positions because of how busy they are, you know, phone ringing, and some of them are you know, they're just, hey, is so and so working today, but the phone still rings and you know, you're still compelled to answer. So, you know, that is something we've identified as admin positions, and I know in your community, you know, that is a big office, and there is a spot there for a person to work in that office. So again, these are things that we know that we have to support our officers. So no, that's a good point, and that's something that we're going to look at for our future negotiations, is because if we're going to be bringing on more officers, we need more administration people, even at the local level. Even at the local level. Even if we could have just part-time people in some of our communities, like Poplar Hill. You know, when we visited Poplar Hill recently with folks from the Auditor General's office, like the Federal Auditor General's office, you know, we were in there and the phone was ringing while the officers were trying to talk with the visitors. And it's hard to kind of convey that message when, you know, you're being interrupted. So, you know, Chief, that is a really good point. You know, as an employer of you know, within NAN, that we should have that ability to employ people who can work at admin positions. So when you hear, you know, our community say that it'd be nice to just call the office, like Chief Wesley stated, to call the office on a Monday to Friday, that there should be something, you know, someone should be able to answer the phone just during those administrative hours, you know. So Chief, I agree with you, and that's something I know that if we expand, we are gonna have to have those positions. With respects to the intel, the Percocets, to be quite honest, I haven't really heard of Percocets being out in the field. I know, Deputy, do you have any?
It would be under the oxycodone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and with the health, you would think that the police and the health would get along, you know, but I'm going to tell you, it's not the best relationship. I'm going to say that. Okay, it's not the best relationship. Could we improve it? Yes. Obviously, different requirements for health sector than it is for policing sector, and sometimes, you know, the only times that we kind of, I guess, rely on them is when we have to take people to them. But I know in terms of working together to tackle the issues in our communities with around, you know, mental health illnesses, you know, just sudden death procedures. You know, when you mentioned the sudden death, we're going to have to revisit that, Chief, in terms of when you say that it took us 24 hours to respond. You know, I think if there's a delayed response, we are going to have to look at how we're going to revamp that process. If we can't get into a community with our investigators to a sudden death scene, then what are we doing in the interim with that scene? So, Deputy, I think we're going to have to mark this to look at how we're going to readdress this, because not only has it happened in your community, but it has also happened in the community of Keewaydin, you know, and I think you're aware of what happened there as well, because they're so close to your community. So certainly, Chief, and our board chair, and I think, you know, this is something we're going to have to address with our, you know, the procedurals. And I think, Deputy Grand Chief, we have a meeting with Coroner Hire, right? I think, was it set for the 18th, 19th? Yeah, so Chief, timely, it's a timely to raise this point, because we are going to meet with Chief Coroner Dirk Hire next week, okay? So we'll look at seeing how we can address and provide a better response in terms of those sudden deaths where we can't get into a community, you know, in a responsive time due to weather, or sometimes it's finding a plane. So again, these are some of the things that we'll have to take into consideration, but we are meeting with the Chief Coroner next week, okay? But thank you for bringing that forward, and certainly the admin positions, I know we used to have one in Sandy Lake. It was a part-time. And honestly, I don't know why we don't have that person there. Okay, that's something, but it's a good point you bring forward, Chief. Okay.
So thank you. So the floor is still open for additional comments, and very good dialogue from the chiefs to give direction to the NAPS and the NAPS board on how to move forward to serve our communities. So the floor is still open. Okay, Chief Howard.
Alvin, I have a question for you. You have to clarify something. In that legislation that they're passing, there's 4 words that I don't understand. Material changes in circumstance. In simple English, what does that mean? You're not even listening.
I would need to see the whole wording around how that wording is being referenced.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. So I wish I would need to see the whole narrative, I guess, in terms of how, like, what's being asked on that. I know. Adam, you want to put on your lawyer hat? But I don't think you had any work on the legislation, do I? No. The lawyer that actually worked on that, I believe he's left the room. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so the floor is still open. Chief Merlin.
I have one quick question regarding board. As we know, Mishkiyawakmang is an independent nation, and I believe there's 3 other nations or within the Nishnawbe Police Service. And And I'm asking this question on behalf of the former Chief Dave Mescash, and we had a conversation last week. But anyway, how often, or is there a possibility of rotating that seat as an independent nation? Because the way it was explained to me through Chief David Mescash was, our former Chief David Mescash, we never had an opportunity to sit on that board over all these years that NAPS has been in existence. So is there a process now that we could explore perhaps to have that board seat rotated, or have all the other, I believe Pewanik is one of the other communities that are independent, and I can't remember the other one, but is there something that we can possibly look at to rotate that seat? Thank you.
Chief Loon, I'll put that question to the board.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We've been talking with the current director in that regard. That's Russell from Sandy Lake, and he's addressed it with Waugashake. We had let them know that he serves in that capacity, but would like to bring about some change down the road. At the time, the former Chief Mashkayish had recognized Russell as holding the spot and said it's fine with that as long as Russell's looking after our position. Same thing with Waugashake. They have asked about that, the appointment being able to be rotated. And I think that what we should do, and Russell, if you want to hear about this one, I think that because it's independent and it's not tribal council, maybe they ought to look at rotating that position rather than having 2 extra terms. Get together and decide whether or not they would like to see another member sitting in that spot. It'd be just the same as the tribal council deciding that they wanted to change or adopt a new director. Sandy Lake has served the spot well, but I have to speak on behalf of the board as a whole and say that it would be fair for that question to be opened up for the independents, and if you'd like us to do that, as you had mentioned, I think that we will take that up seriously with all the independents.
So the floor is still open for any additional questions, comments on the presentation. So we're still on the year in review. But it's been good to hear this dialogue from the floor.
I do have one more slide for my
Okay, so-
presentation. Yeah.
Okay, so if there's no other questions, we'll proceed to the slide, and then we'll get in. I'll pass it on to Adam for the last item on the agenda. Okay.
I just wanted to, obviously, we spoke about this earlier today, and I just wanted to end with this. You can read for yourself that who Alex was. I will say this, that I know Chief Loon and I had a long privilege of working with Alex, and alongside him, you know, we got to know him pretty well over the years that we've worked together. And we will be, one of the things that we're doing for, Alex had several wishes as he was battling cancer. And we've been honoring those wishes as we knew that he was going to be moving on. He never lost, you know, he fought right till the end. His mind was strong. His mind was really strong, but it was his body It was his body that, you know, couldn't hold on anymore. Cancer had just spread way too much. But we are going to honor him. We are going to rededicate that building, the detachment up in Yabmatong, in honor of Alex. So as you can see, you know, the bio that we had here for Alex, you know, he was a committed, dedicated officer to NAPS. He was a dedicated officer to our communities. He loved working in our communities. He loved visiting our communities. He loved going to those community events. We shared that vision that he had for NAPS. You know, Merle, myself, I know Bob, Eric, you know, we all had that same vision for our communities and for NAPS and, you know, being from our communities, policing our people. Alex loved his job. He really, really loved his job. He was always there. He can be counted on. You know, when it came to community events, community incidents, he was always there. He wanted to go. He represented NAPS well for our central region and to the Matawa communities. He was, just a real good cop and a real good person that cared lots about our communities. So, yeah, it's been a tough week. Not gonna lie. Merle, Dorothy, I know it's been tough. It has been. He was a big part of our family. And we will miss him. Yeah.
Share a message that Alex shared with me.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share that, and I know, thank you very much, everyone, for listening and providing your feedback. And, you know, Deputy Grand Chief here is going to say some comments about Alex as well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Morrison. I knew Alex too for many years. When I worked with Nishnawbe Legal Services, he was a counselor back in Amadung, and that's when I got to know him. And then, of course, when he became a police officer, we've had the honor of working with each other many times, and we remain friends. So when I wanted to share a message with you that he shared with me, when I went to see him at the Toronto Hospital. He talked about how he wanted to be a spokesperson, to talk to people and share a message about prevention, detection of cancer. And I talked to him about how I would, help him, with the resources that I had. And I had also told him, well, we can also get what resources that we have at Nishnawbe Police for you to do that. So I feel I owe it to my friend to make sure that I fulfill his wish, that I work with NAN and NAPS and other health resources to do what he had wanted, the vision that he had. So I just wanted to share that with you. Miigwech.
I just want to thank the deputy and the chief of police for their powerful words, and I echo that. At the age of 50, I started getting letters about the importance of mammograms, and I've always carried that message to other women, and I think it's important to do this cancer promotion. So I just want to share that 5 years later, I ended up with breast cancer because I ignored those letters. So I really encourage you, those that are listening, encourage those around you, the importance of early detection and the importance of well-man checkups and well-woman checkups. So with that, I'm going to give it to my co-chair, Adam Fittler.
Yeah, miigwech, Connie, and thank you for the presentation. As part of honoring Alex Misuez, as we do the closing, there's a request. I'm not sure how we do this for the drum, but as part of the closing song, I don't know if we can do an honor song, or I don't know how we can do that to close in a good way and remember, and we'll do that at the end. So on the agenda, next was an open forum, Q&A, but that's happened already. I think you had the opportunity to discuss issues, and if I don't see any hands raised, we will wrap up. I believe there was an opportunity to raise any issues, community issues that you had as part of the response to the Chief of Police. So I don't see anybody else. So what we will do is I'm going to ask Elder Lucy Long-Peter, who is here, to close with a prayer, and then we'll go to the drum to close the session. But again, we will consider, we will consider the closing presentation to honor Alex Misuez as part of the closing drum. Before I go to the elder, as a reminder, closing comments. I don't know that there was any more from the Chief of Police, but I will ask the board chair for closing comments, and then we'll go to the elder. So with that, Mike Matado.
Miigwech, thank you. Thank you to everybody that to be here. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for making the time. Also, earlier today, I acknowledged in losing our brother. And like I said, I only knew him from work. The distance or the geographics kept us separate. We didn't have that much interaction. But I knew him enough that he was a kind person and a very caring person. And as was presented on his profile, he did mention the love of his activities out on the land. That was the extent of my my knowledge of him, and only through work we would chat here and there, and mostly over coffee, just to have a friendly chat. For closing comments, a lot was said, a lot to think about. Going to do my best to answer that question, material changes in circumstances. I asked our one of the representatives from Faulkner's, and the best way to describe it is one example is out of the 34 communities that that Anishinaabe Police Service are part of NAPS. Sorry, been a long day. Of the 34 communities that are part of NAPS. And for example, if 20 of them decide to leave NAPS, that would be considered material change in circumstance. So I hope that helps. Another example that was used was in the early years or long before we got to where we are today, the Ipperwash incident, where a minister took charge and directed the police service to do something. That's another example of why certain rules are put in place just to keep everybody in line. So those are just a couple of examples. I just thought I would help to answer that question. I just want to close off by saying that NAPS has evolved. I remember when it started, 1994. I remember the years. I remember the people that have come and gone. We mentioned Eric and Bob Baxter. They were all there in the early years. And the biggest issue, or the biggest thing that we did over the years, we always found it fault in policing. Nothing was enough for us. A lot of years we watched the policing take a pounding. And eventually we acknowledged that we were severely underfunded. We didn't have the resources. It took a toll. It took a toll on many people, the well-being of many people. And we lost very many people who have decided to leave for many reasons. I myself came to that conclusion one day as a former Deputy Grand Chief, sitting in the office, thinking about this, wondering. And that was one conclusion I arrived at, was the only way this is going to change is if we make changes to the Police Services Act. Because I kept looking at that document. I was wondering, where are we in this picture? And that was already, it was written in there somewhere where eventually we would seek legislation. But we got to a point too where we had to do it, or we would continue to be a program. It hasn't been easy. I was a chief too in my community, Fort Albany. One of the first things that came to our office was our constable, who was looking for mental health support. Back then we didn't have that. We had nobody. So that, for me, that's where the work began. trying to find ways. How do we make it better? How do we do things? It's been a long process, long journey, but we're still evolving. We're still a young police force, just over 25 years. So, and each day is a new day, each week, each year, we continue to evolve. It's unfortunate our own people contribute to some of this stuff that we are dealing with, especially drug dealing. Especially when it comes to drug dealing. It's our own people. We, on the one hand, we have to fight, or we have to find ways to address the issue. We have to contend with people telling us you need to do it better. What about the drug dealers? Nothing is ever said about the drug dealer. But I hope one day they learn, or they will feel something. You're hurting our families. You're hurting our children, our grandchildren. I can say that because I'm a grandparent too. And I am a caregiver to my grandchildren. So, it's all because of drugs. So those are the things that we deal with. And policing, we do our best. We have to keep in mind we were also thinking about our police constables, our police force itself. From severe underfunding to legislation. I would rather try to do something today than continue to wait. Wait for something that will never happen. On a bigger picture under Canada, that's a very big picture. At least with the province, at least we can have something continue or evolve. And we did it, and we got there. So the province is going to be sitting down these next few months, and the rubber stamp. And that will help answer a lot of our questions, a lot of our concerns, our worries. I understand where people are coming from the community level. I understand that part. As a former chief in my community, I've been there. So it has not been easy. It's never been easy. But together, we're making it happen. Together, we're getting there. And together, I hope we can find a way to make those drug dealers feel guilty, feel ashamed. So, with that, I want to thank the chairs, co-chairs, for helping to guide and help with the conversation. Chiefs, proxies, community members, thank you. This is an annual event, so we will continue to have these conversations. Facilitators or Fabian, all the others, Julian's team, everybody that's been involved, thank you. And with that, Mr. Minguez, naskamun, hegi pehtata, hegi tohtata, nesta maga, kino hegi bitche, nesta kino minuutten meki vana, ka minuguik, ja mistä maguik nesta kino. Watching me say, Minguez.
Mike. So the meeting is now adjourned. I'm going to ask our elder, Lucy Longpeter, to come up and close with a prayer, and then we'll turn it over to the drum. Reminder, tomorrow morning's a separate meeting, but registration is at 8:30, and the meeting will start 9 o'clock. That's the NAN Legal Services AGM. So tomorrow morning, we'll see you.
Miigwest. Muska juna begas condition hasan na moundo dem antemaga andos jean mashkegoak askitehe. Good afternoon. My name is Lucy Longpeter. My spirit name is Springwater Woman, and the Sturgeon is my clan, and my family and my ancestors are originally from the Mushkegowuk territory in northern James Bay. I wasn't here this morning, and this is my second meeting to be here as an elder. It's a new role for me. I'm kind of nervous, but sitting here listening to the Chief of Police Roland Morrison speaking. I worked for NAN Legal Services prior, and I recently left the program. But anyways, what I wanted to say was, you know, we had our own way of dealing with issues, family matters, what did our ancestors do? You know, I'm sitting here thinking, how did our ancestors deal with wrongdoings made by, you know, the members within the communities prior to, you know, the courts, the laws, police officers? What did they do? And some of the programs that I was involved in, and a couple of the programs, we had what we call the Aboriginal Alternative Dispute Resolution, which is basically our traditional circles. And what I found out about those circles, especially dealing mostly with child welfare cases at the time, is that they worked. Because it brought two parties together, two opposing parties together with a mediator dealing with family welfare. And it was a success. And seeing the stats today regarding the assault cases, and there was another one there, I think it was the, you know, the courts, like when people when they miss their courts, they get remanded and remanded and remanded, and it goes on and on and on, especially up in the remote communities. And I was sitting there thinking, well, why does that happen? Why can't we not use our traditional circles to deal with the minor, you know, cases that happen in the communities? You know, we have elders in the communities, we have strong women in our communities, and we have the chief and council in these communities. And a lot of our elders that are, and families, that are not as fortunate to have help, assistance, you know, that could be part of their, what would you call, instead of getting sent to jail or, you know, paying a fine or, you know, do something for the community, do something for the elders, cut wood, get wood, do errands, you know, fix their homes before winter, that type of programs. And it would empower whoever the victim is, the victim and also the one who does the criminal activity. It would make them feel proud and useful. That's what I was thinking here when, you know, everybody's talking about the courts and the stats. I think we can go back a little bit and don't forget our traditional ways. Sorry. Anyways, that's what I was thinking here. And like I said, this is my second meeting here as an elder, and I wasn't too sure if I was allowed to speak up, and I had to ask. But anyways, gusto may question. Kasi man daw. Gusto may question dito na ki ma'am hotuya ka nas kakishagak. Mr. Hikegon ki yamananon ki tapat mananon nasta. Eko shaman dispenamon kshaman daw chikitamagan naman chikoko o kumakanak o nesta mese wanakanak o tagagi pajiro te chike kistenta ko hikegon ni anu chikatek. Dispenama pakoche kitamagan miyak meswe kshaman daw chui chageth dinani mananak meswe anteka ta chikinanoski. Minkwash kashabanto. Nesta ikitamagan ni miyakanos. Eko shaman daton, eko shaman gugwatsamon je nagacheyak yet ashate yaw. Ashate kishtaya kanoska kishag. Minkwash kashabanto. Minkwash. Oh.